Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences to form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly,
so here we go, everyone. It's the final day of the PMNC South Asia playoffs. And again, my name is Red Queen, joined by the ever-talented Torix. And we're ready to bring you all the action as we close out this incredible tournament. Today is a day where everything is on the line and only the top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. And with 5 matches left, every single point matters.
Every single point matters, and I couldn't have said it any better. But yes, thank you, Queen, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, this is the final day, ladies and gentlemen. And the way that every single team is right now performing, I mean, at this point, we can't say for sure that who is actually not gonna qualify from this point onward. But yeah, bottom line teams, some names that has less than 30 points, they might be in a pickle. They have to play today's game like nothing else matter. They have to like go for that aggressive stances. They have nothing to lose at this point, from this point onward, but they have everything to gain if their aggression works out.
I still feel like DRS Gaming has been, the team to beat. Sitting comfortably at the top there with their dominant performances, but the battle for those remaining spots is gonna be fierce, with teams like Tribe, AEROMACY, T2K, Royal Dragon, Mystic, and also Nexus Vanguard. I feel like they're really exerting a lot of effort just to make sure that they maintain their overall position and secure a slot for the grand finals. I feel like we should really keep a close eye on those teams, especially at the bottom, who will try to make a difference for today's set of matches, Torix.
Yeah, something has to be done. This is what we were talking about even in the backstage, that yeah, from now on the teams that have to like set up the bar or something, and they have to, no matter what they do, this is the final day. This is the only chance that you're gonna have to qualify into the grand finals, and by not performing from this point onward, even in a single match, you're hindering your chances. You're making sure that the chances are cut in half, and from that point onward, it's going to be really, really difficult to even like get into back the action that you can do for the qualification. Look at the bottom lines. LHC 19 points, 20 for OPZ. Syndicate has 22 points. Straight up, it's a double points of a difference.
Not exactly sure
42.
if Doris is still with us, ladies and gents, but if you guys can still see the overall ranking on your screen here, ladies and gents, let's take a moment to reflect on what has been an absolutely breathtaking day number 3 of the playoffs at the PMNC South Asia. With the leaderboard, of course, displayed in front of us, the rankings tell the story of grit, determination, and of course, relentless competition here. At the top, DRS Gaming is simply unstoppable. You know, they've racked up an impressive 5 chicken dinners across 3 days, proving why they are earned, you know, their plays as tournament favorites. You know, their calculated rotations, sheer firepower, and teamwork have left little room for doubt. They are not just leading, they are definitely dominating. And of course, the top performers right here, 3 of them comes from the real soldiers. We got example, we got Delta, we got Killer YTT, and of course we got one from 4 Death Machines, which is of course Aditya.
This top performer chart, I think it is for the DRS completely, but there is just a single guy from the 4 Death Machine, that is Aditya. 25 eliminations. Elimination wise, he has more eliminations than example, who's on the number 1, but the damage wise, that's where everything comes into the play. He has less than 5,000 damage to his name. But here's the format, ladies and gentlemen. If you were not certain where the teams are coming from, let me tell you, 12 teams from the Nepal side, from the PMNC National Championship Nepal Finals, they got into the playoffs. Then from the PMNC Maldives, teams coming into the area. Then PMNC South Asia Wildcard has 4 teams. And today, the last day of action, 20th of the April, online playoffs, the final day, all these 20 teams will be going into a tussle to try and maintain their position to get into the grand finals.
And here we go, ladies and gents. Of course, this is how it's going to go down. Map schedule, we're going to kick things off in Erangel. Then we head on towards the desert of Miramar. And then it is, of course, once again, Sandhawk right there in the middle. So it's pretty much like a fast break of some sort. And then we're going to go back to the OG map, which is Erangel, and then cap things off in Miramar. So I like what I see here for the PMNC playoffs. You know, it's a different map altogether for every day of the matches, which keeps everything so exciting for everyone.
Back on the day number 1, again, I feel like it's the day number 1 because just a single Sandhawk and 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars. Teams are going to end their day the exact rhythm, with the exact rhythm that they started their days of the playoffs. But here we go. This is the group distribution. You can see the group A, B, C, and D. We'll be playing our first game at T2K, KOM, NEPX, Syndicate, SHREEPECH, LOD Nexus, JUTTI Squad, AST, OPZ, MTD Twisted, Royal GURKHAS, HAINA ESPORTS, Dragons, Royal Dragons, in fact, 4 Death Machines, TM7, and RLX will be playing our first match of the day.
Oh, yes. And of course, DRS will be playing during the second match, technically. So this team has the chance to grab everything that they can, you know, from the first match here. NEPX Esports, I think they also secured already a slot for the grand finals. I just think that they face a dual challenge. Not only do they have to solidify their position, but they also got that burning desire to reclaim the top spot from the DRS. You know, that ambition might push them to adopt aggressive style today. So let's see what's going to happen as we step onto the first match of this evening, ladies and gents. Erangel
on our screen, and I kind of want to get into like what you just said about the teams, about trying to come up and close the gap between the DRS and all the rest of the teams. I mean, yeah, it is possible, but you have to take into the factor that if that single team or the top performer teams are actually going for this kind of way, then it gives so much little chance for the bottom line teams to actually compete in to try to get into that top 16 position, because from this point onward every single match matter, every single point. Even if it's 1 point, it's gonna matter so much for these teams that they want to like secure it as much as they can. But for now, the plane line and the team distribution, you can see Georgia Pool, Western Side City, and the containers might be filled with 2 or 3 different teams. Then we have the military base island with just like HAINA Esports going to the military base, and Norupnoi might be taken by the Royal Dragons.
You're absolutely right. You know, in this high stakes environment, every engagement is actually a potential game changer. Lock in teams like, you know, we keep on mentioning DRS and NEPX will weigh risk versus reward intensely, you know, balancing the prestige of top placements with the safety of their secured spots. And for the rest of the field, to be honest, it's either they innovate aggressively or play smartly to ensure they punch above their weight, because DRS, they already have a secure slot here, even with NEPX, right? But I feel like it's more of the bragging rights, so to speak. I mean, if NEPX can actually dethrone DRS from the top spot, then that's another story right there.
That will be a story to tell, in fact, I have to say, because 170 points, you're 70 points behind a team, and coming up, closing that gap of 70 points within a single day, it's going to be insane. But here we go. Trix right now healing himself. The player actually went above the stairs on the rooftops. Trix, you could have healed yourself. But there we go. Tribe AEROMACY's rig in the meanwhile by the hand of OPZ gets taken down. Trix is one of the few final players of the team that is trying his level best. In the midst of all this fight that's happening, the teams that are rushing to defend the area. But Venom closing in the gap, making sure his team also has a cover. But oh my god, Robot tanking all that Uzi shots, doing just 1 tap of that DBS, getting the player down. And now Mosh, the final guy, is trying to secure all those eliminations that could have been his team members. But now Mosh, it's up to you to heal, get that survival done upon on the players, or take that fight with the final player of the Tribe AEROMACY, get those eliminations done. But here we go. I don't think so. It's going to definitely be a 1 versus 1 scenario. S12K versus S12K.
It's a brutal start once again for the side of OPC Esports. Ah, man, Bob Bro actually tried to get the job done, but he got shot down from behind. But fortunately, though, for Mash, that was a great follow-up coming from this player, so he was able to seal the deal up against Tribe AEROMACY, securing 1 point under their belt. But looking at the situation here, Torix, I mean, we're down again to their last player at the initial onset, so I'm not even sure if he is going to last, you know, going up against a Tribe AEROMACY. It's a 1v3 situation, so it is going to be tough, you know, for the side of OPC. But then again, if we're going to be looking at the... Oh, he got another point. Okay, that is pretty nice. Okay, he's still doing a massive counter here. But the OPC is currently at the bottom of the leaderboard ranking here, so I'm not sure, and I'm also curious to see if they will make enough, just enough, to hang in onto the top 16.
Hanging in the top 16, I have to say it for sure. I don't know if OPZ is going to be able to do that, because just the 22 points, it's not going to be enough. We saw in the overall ranking, I think they're somewhere in 18 or maybe 17th position. So getting into the top 16 is really a hard chance for you. They have to play 2 to 3 matches, every single match, in fact, with the sheer determination of getting those points and securing at least 7 to 8 points each map if they want to safely secure their position into the top 16. But Mosh, 30 bullets lock and loaded, 24 in the backpack, and the S12K on the other hand. So the shots can definitely connect, can get the elimination on the players, but a 2 versus 1 scenario now. From this point onward, Tribe AEROMACY, Zeo has that angle. Zeo can look at the guy and he can actually see the S12 There goes a flash grenade. He's gonna be flashed to his eyes, and it's over. A beautiful use of the utility, and right with this, OPZ will be our first team to get eliminated.
Calculated risk coming from Tribe AEROMACY with a flashbang before they actually went inside to get the job done. So They were able to secure 4 elimination points in the bag, but unfortunately, in that process, they also lost 2 of their members, which is, I think, was something that was unplanned, for the side of Tribe AEROMACY. So now we're looking at 15 teams remaining, and again, OPC first team to get booted out of Erangel. We're jumping into school right now where KOM is hanging out, but this particular spot right here, I believe, is not part of the safe zone, but they're safe for now. I mean, they could chill. Everyone's still busy with the rotations, and of course, trying to get all of the resources first before they get into any battles here. Same thing goes for Syndicate. I mean, currently they only have 22 points here, so it might be tough for them as well to climb up the ranks. But perhaps they could step up for today's set of matches. I mean, they do have a chance potentially scoring some points from the RG, but that is if they defeat them.
I don't think so at this point that the points from the top side teams is actually going to matter that much. But RGX versus Breach, it's happening because they have secured their positions, at least into the top 10. We can safely assume that top 15, top 10, in fact, they're not going anywhere. They're not going to be taken away from the fact that they're going into the finals. They have secured their position. But 11 onward to all the way to the 20, that's where the hard line, the chances of destruction may occur. But here we go. Royal GURKHAS, Psycho getting that first knock on the team SYN. So Syndicate kind of in a pinch, getting that revive on Bogupe, but I think I heard, I saw the name Takuru? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
Well, it's technically all the teams here needs to go through 4 matches for today, so we don't want to discount any facts that they can still pull off a great win, for the playoffs. Perhaps, they have been exposed to a lot of gamma rays, day number 3 of the playoffs, and now we will see them hulk out for the last day of the playoffs. We don't know what's going to happen, but, we're still kind of hopeful, especially for those teams right down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. Maybe they can still make a difference, out of all of the games that they still need to play, and perhaps we can see them really, really transform into the beasts that we know they are. After all, there's a big reason why they got invited to the PMNC to perform with some of the biggest names, of course, of South Asia. So let's see how well they're going to be performing for the last set of matches of the playoffs. As for TM7, okay, they're still safe. Complete squad here. They haven't put out any numbers just yet, but coming off the kill feed, it's LOD NEXUS. We got Wimpy. Oh man, it was a hit and run situation. Peika was able to bag him, and now it's Godson already down on the floor, courtesy of Peika once again, and T2K joining into the mix here up against SPE.
Breach Esports. The things are not looking good for these guys. I'm right with it. Just look at that. Ajaya getting those shots connected on the players, but oh my god, Zen survived. He is still alive. He is still thriving with that little of HP that he has left. But T2K, now with the 1 elimination, 1 player knockdown, they're definitely trying their level best to get on the aggressive side against the team Breach Esports for now. The player has healed himself completely, just at 75% HP. Turu Love, you need to throw that grenade as soon as possible on toward the player, but the DBS is going to get that connection. The player is down. Turu Love, you need to get that revival done. The player, I think they got that knockdown done on Breach Esports as well. So because of that, not only Love is easily getting that revival, but now Igneous needs to be revived as well, as he's super further away from the team, and there's kind of like no hope for the team to like actually thrive from this point onward unless they eliminate this complete squad of Breach Esports. As Zend, the final guy, he's holding down the fort. He's just waiting for at least Igneous to bleed out.
Okay, let's see what the T2K can do in this situation. Just moments ago, their backs are actually in the corner there, going up against SPE, but they were able to thrive in a high-pressure situation, was able to recuperate, was able to pick up Love, and now they have a chance to also revive their teammate Igneous here, so they can still be a 4-man squad. NEPX, however, in another part of town here, going up against Mystic, it was Rex who actually is inflicting a lot of pain onto their opponents. So we will be checking them out in just a while. So far, Rex managed to bag 2 points for himself here.
I mean, even those 2 points are a good thing for this team right now because they are on the number 7. We saw them like in the top 3, top 2 into the day number 2 somewhere. So jumping down from that position, it has kind of like took down their morale, and even these 2 points is definitely gonna help them rebuild that morale once again. But SHREEPECH Esports, the solo guy, he's low on that HP. He's trying his level best to survive as much as he can from this point onward, because 65 points and 0 elimination in this match is definitely not gonna help you. This is the final day. The 5 matches that will be played today is gonna determine the top 16. Even a single match is super important for everyone. Those 1 points, 2 points, even for the survival side is important, and the teams that might not able to like get them, they will definitely have their morale down, even at least for the next game. But oh my goodness, this circle shift, it is almost like 40%. I'd say 35 to 40% is in the water.
And for Death Machines, I think this is such a power position, considering that there's a lot of teams in front of them, and the only choice is either they pass through the bridge or they swim. And that's gotta be tough, because when you're in the waters, you just know that you cannot pull any of your weapons, so you're pretty much defenseless there. And like sitting ducks, so to speak. And now we got another team that got taken out of the equation here. Mystic, unfortunately, left the game. Of course, they're back into the lobby here. We'll probably see them in just a while again in the next rounds to come. We're already at stage 3 here, ladies and gents, and we're looking at 13 teams. But I feel like before we even hit stage 5, I feel like this number 13, the number of teams will definitely go down.
Yeah, it might go down, it might not, but what I'm right now seeing is completely... I've never seen this kind of like a position that the team has chosen. RGX, Royal GURKHAS, where have you been, and how does HAINA even know that you are here? Look at Mamba taking down Himzen from HAINA, Ajaya taking down a team Syndicate's player as well. Nadzu gonna heal himself, in fact, first, then is gonna maybe go for the revival of his teammate, but a beautiful Molotov. I have to give it over there. It might hit a lot of places on the players that they might not be able to survive, because in the water, getting out of that Molotov is almost down to an impossible task, and there we go. That one knockdown, that's I think another knockdown, but in the meanwhile, Syndicate gets eliminated by the hand of T2K. T2K has a full squad wipe into their hands. NEPX Rex threw a grenade. It actually hit the player. Once again, he's ready with the S12K to try and take down the players, but the grenade actually bounced back inside the room. Now, NEPX Rex, you need to go. You need to move forward. S12K in your hand is definitely going to help you. He gets the player first. Nice. He's going to get the second one second. And with this, even though he got the full team squad wipe out, he's still knocked down. Someone needs to get that revival done, but oh my god, do I see a grenade eliminating Rex completely?
Yeah, it was a great performance, though, still coming from Rex of NEPX. I mean, the way that he eliminated those players was just top-notch right there. Unfortunately, since the blue zone is already ready to devour them, I think pretty much they run out of options here, especially that there's another team right in front of them, which is, of course, T2K, one of the prominent names here for the PMNC South Asia. Now, the circle continues to be favoring, the boys of 4 Death Machines here. And again, they do have a lot of opportunity here to score some points. I mean, RLX passing through the bridge here right behind them, of course, would be the boys of LOD Nexus. T2K is still in the main peninsula. They're still about to cross, but it will really be tough. I'm pretty sure that they will struggle a lot because there's really not much option to begin with.
I mean, it's not about the options, it's about the opportunity that can present itself to you. Like it happened to Royal GurKHAS right now. Nadzu is one of the players that can be taken down from this point onward. As they're moving back to the main island side, they can be taken down from the back area. But I don't think so. Royal GurKHAS is actually going to take a peek, try and like give the location for themselves. But Psycho, you beauty, getting at least one player of the HAINA down. It's definitely going to put a lot of pressure on them, because not only right now they're on the top, they're one of the contenders that we were talking about that may go head-to-head against the team DRS in the positioning side. They want to try and dethrone them and getting the players eliminated and having no way whatsoever on getting top of the main island. Oh, you are cooked at this point.
I mean, it's already a crucial point for the side of Royal GurKHAS and even HAINA Esports, just because of the circle here. Again, they don't really have that much space, and because they're already in the blue zone, they just don't need to worry about the bullets headed towards their direction, but they also need to worry about, of course, the blue zone tanking them. But getting back into the bridge area, it's RLX going up against T2K, Sana already out, and again, we've got Thabs here. This is a very good spot. He can see everyone who will be heading to the shore area. Nexus again was able to almost taken out from that exchange, but let's see if they can still survive. But Thabs again is such in a power position here that he could ultimately shut down anyone headed towards the shore area.
Beautiful claw, K-Lock, claw. You did amazing on the shot. You got the T2K player down, and now they're down to the very last guy. And what we see T2K not only against the team Royal Dragon, but in front of them is going to be the team RLX. Instantly, Dilla gets the final nail in the coffin, and T2K has been eliminated out of this match. 100 points at the very least. They got the triple-digit points for themselves. Royal Dragon, looking at them, we can see one player. What is Claude doing inside the circle? So further away from his team, and the rest of the team actually outside. It's either I'm gonna give it to Claw that he's away from the team, or the team is away from Claw, because Claw, you have the circle. You right now have the circle, sir, and the team needs to form up on you from this point onward. With HAINA Esports for Death Machines, it's against both the parties. 6th elimination for the HAINA Esports side, but at the same time, Pika, Himson are the only two guys alive. But Pika getting some decent amount of shots, getting a decent amount of damage on himself, healing from this point onward. But what is the doing? Back shot coming in, getting that Pika out. SHREEPECH Esports in the meanwhile gets completely obliterated by the hand of Peak 786. As soon as the player was spotted, it was an instant obliteration.
And we saw the number 13 just moments ago, ladies and gents. And we did say it that before we hit stage 5, it's definitely going to go down. So we are now looking at 6 teams remaining. And most of the teams that got eliminated actually came from the main peninsula, just because they were running out of space. They were running out of option. And again, just swimming through, getting into the side of the military base was, of course, hard to pull off. But anyway, we've got a JUTTI squad right here going up against CM7. Eddie got shut down. We got Axie as well, blending out there in the open. Let's see who's going to be winning the 5. It looks like JUTTI squad has the upper hand advantage, since they do have the numbers right here. But what an exchange, though. That nade exploded right in front of his face here. So I'm not exactly sure what TM7 is going to do in this situation, but it's a good thing they do have that leverage. Obvious right now with the Master Spray, with a UMP, and now TM7 just got, eliminated, of course, the opposition, hence making their way to the top 4, stage number 5 here in Erangel. Scratch that, make it top 3.
Make it top 3, and right with this, we're down to the top 11 players, in fact, with the teams. 4 Death Machines, a full squad. Team Royal Dragons, a full squad. And Team RLX, a trio. But Royal Dragons having a 4-man, and judging from their performance of, I would say, day number 2, was it? Where they got 2 chicken dinners? Yeah, it was day number 2 that they managed to secure 2 of the chicken dinners out of the 5. they're back in action. I have to say, they're back in action, and this can be the potential of a chicken dinner match for these guys. So is for the 4 death machines as well. But RLX, you cannot take away the fact that this is also a fathomable force to like get into the tussle with. RLX, they have the determination. They have the 6 elimination so far for their name. Claw looking at the 4 death machine so far, and these 4 versus 4 fight. RLX, I'd say they can let this happen. They can let this 4v4 fight happen and take out whatever the remainder player is onto the field. This can be your ticket for getting that chicken dinner at this point, because Royal Dragon is fully committed on looking at the 4 death machines at this point. Master Zerdy is looking for death machines. There's Frag looking at 4 death machines. Claw is looking at 4 death machines. But Suba is the only guy that is in the car right now. In fact, in the hovercraft, and trying to maybe scout out the areas where to go, where to not to go, and which can be the potential areas that can help them from this point onward.
Judging by the situation at the moment, I feel like although 4 death machines has this compound to themselves, but it's not gonna be for long, just because maybe perhaps it will not be favored by the blue zone, and one of them currently knocked down on the ground here, and another one bites the dust, I believe. RLX, just given their position, they are dictating the pace of the game, since they do have that zone control. They are managing a lot of angles right here, just to make sure that they will secure that chicken dinner. They can continue on really prepping up for this and playing their cards right, they might be able to secure a chicken, but the advantage still goes to 4 death machines, just because they do have this compound. But the question is, for how long?
That is the biggest question, for how long, because you can already see half of the compounds, it's already been taken away from the play zone, and now Dilla is going to take those shots against the player. He can get both of the players down. One player's down, second one just on the verge of being eliminated, but he gets him down. Dilla is down. Claw takes into the action, Killmonger, and right with this, Dilla, the car explosion, gets Killmonger's elimination. Oh my god, this was an elimination that has been taken right from the faces of the Royal Dragons, but Royal Dragons is also facing some casualties by the hand of RLX. You can see RLX getting some shots connected on the players, getting those eliminations. They're down to 3-man. Suba going to the side of Destro. RLX, Destro in the front lines, behind that tree, in the smoke, near the smoke in fact, but Team RLX and the Team Royal Dragons, the only 2 teams that is safely inside the circle, but the grenades, the throwables are coming on its way. This can be detrimental for Destro. Destro, you need to heal yourself. Come on. Get those bandages connected on you. Get those bandages, heal you up back to the 75% HP, because those grenades, those shots that can actually ensue on you, it can be detrimental. But I see an AMR in the hand of the Team RD. Come on, can we get some headshots? Can we get some straight up headshots connection from this point onward? Frag, I'm counting on you, man.
Royal Dragon, they do have all the advantages working out for the team. Great zone control, half of the circle almost, like belongs to them, and they do have the high ground advantage. So again, all they need to do is just really be patient here. I mean, every one that they need to knock out is just right up in front of them. So Frag, he knows exactly where Thabs is at the moment from RLX, so he knows where to point his gun at. 4 death machines, they continue to get picked on. They're almost down to their last player. So let's see what kind of maneuver they have in store for us. But as for Royal Dragons, again, it's a great zone control, and it's almost possible that they could secure a chicken dinner here. But if RLX was able to actually shut down any of the players from Royal Dragon, that could pave the way. That could pave the way for RLX to even have a chance to secure that chicken dinner.
The thing is, he almost got the 1 player knocked down, but the P90 is definitely going to help him take down one of the player of the 4 death machines, but instantly I think that's some shots coming from the four death machines from the Royal Dragons, getting that elimination secured, stolen in fact, to the name of them. That's 10 eliminations coming on. RLX getting eliminated, 4 death machines down to the very last guy, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Master Zerdy, I don't know why you're kind of outside of the circle for right now, but you need to get inside as soon as possible. 4 death machines peek. He's gonna peek and he's gonna get eliminated. The grenade is over there. It is not gonna affect if you're in the hovercraft. You're not gonna get that damage done. But oh my god, did he try to came in, use that knife to eliminate the last guy? This can be the biggest mistake Royal Dragon could have done. Not only now 4 death machine have a hovercraft for themselves to get out of this way, but the fact is that hovercraft has almost burst down. Yeah, he can get into that. He can get into the hovercraft, but for how long? Even the circle's closing in. They want to make sure that they have nowhere else to go. 4 death machines. The last guy, the elimination is not gonna actually go to the Royal Dragon. That's actually gonna get eliminated by the play circle. You were so close on getting that elimination, yet so far, but still, Royal Dragon, the first match of the final day of the playoffs, goes to them.
I do love the fact that they put in a lot of pressure onto the remaining teams, from that end zone. And it was an unnecessary push, but then again, they do have all the advantages. They have the numbers. So it was kind of an easy push, even though a player got knocked down on the ground, but they're already sure that they will win that chicken dinner for the first round here of day number 4 of the PMNC South Asia. So again, great execution coming from Royal Dragons here. I mean, Claw was able to put up 3 LMs for himself, Frag with 4, Master Zerdy with 1, Subo with 2. So again, this is a solid performance coming from Royal Dragons. And let's not forget the fact that they were able to secure 2 chicken dinners in a day. So perhaps if we can see another energetic play from Royal Dragons, that could happen once again.
I mean, yeah, that definitely can happen once again. The same momentum Royal Dragon had into the day number 1 and 2, it can come back. It can definitely come back. Royal Dragon has shown themselves that, yes, we are still capable of doing this. But this was one of the moments. Through Love, the way he actually got knocked down with that DBS instantly, that grenade connected, the trade-offs. I've seen it way too many times for it to be considered like a fluke or just a chance, a random chance. No, at this point it's happening for a reason on all these teams. 7 eliminations into the 14 minutes marker for T2K at one point. NEPX or Rex, I was really sad for this guy. Not only he managed to secure that 1v2 on the players, but instantly right after that he got knocked down by the play circle. Then a grenade came in for the T2K that took him down in the midway.
And this is again, that was such a peculiar spot, for HAINA Esports and Royal GurKHAS. It's just so amazing that they still, one of them was still able to actually get away from that situation, but not, of course, getting a lot of damage from that exchange. And TM7 right here tried their best, of course, to survive, but then again, Royal Dragons was in such great position there, and it was easy for them to really collect those points. And a while ago, 4 death machines, again, they were holding on to a compound for as long as they could. They had all the advantages working out for them, but I feel like they missed the opportunity to rack up some number of points there, just because they do have that concrete wall surrounding them, so they're pretty much safe, from all the bullets. But then again, I think they kind of waited too long. But man, MVP of the match is going to be Rolls from T2K right here. 82% body shot. It's kind of outstanding. 6 elimination points, 16 minutes survival time, and 631 damage output, and it's more than half for the team contribution.
I mean, that is true. 54.55 contribution percentage, meaning that he has done more than half the work for his complete team. But we have the match summary: 57 elimination, 9,483 damage. That is a good damage right there. But 57 knockouts, 88 throwables used into the midway. Then we have 4 airdrops, 17 headshots, 14 revival, 324 meters of the longest elimination distance with Pika's HAINA. HAINA's Pika. It was an amazing end to the best Erangel that we have seen so far. But the throwable wise, it was not that much.
Exactly. But to be fair, it was really a tough circle to begin with. Most of the teams actually came from the main peninsula. There were only like maybe 5 teams who were already down south. And the options for like locations or like compounds is limited, very limited to begin with. So it was really kind of tough, and it's just so amazing for as long as they could, especially for those teams that came from the main peninsula, to secure a lot of points, for this round alone. And it is understandable for some of the teams here that weren't able to bag just as many points here from the first match. But the good thing is that we still have a lot of matches for today. Well, not really a lot. I mean, we're down to just 4 matches
Exactly.
after this. So if those teams at the bottom, if they still would want to make things happen, oh man, they will really have to turn and transform themselves into like Hulks here, right? They have to turn green, they have to turn red. I don't know, but something needs to be done.
They have to make the other teams, in fact, turn red at this point and keep themselves into the green line to qualify into the grand finals, first of all, and secure as much position as you can into the leaderboard, so you can safely say that, yes, you took down this team into the playoffs, and that's why you're into the grand finals as well. But yes, this was just the first match, ladies and gentlemen. The action is not gonna stop. The action will continue. The aggressions, the play styles, the strategies, every single third party's action that happened into the first match, you're gonna actually witness that maybe in every single matches of the day, because the Miramar, I can say for sure, teams do prefer that over Sandhawk, so we will definitely be seeing some early clashes. Sandhawk, you are bound to take those clash drops. You are bound to take those clash drops. So one thing is for sure, that in the Sandhawk, whether you want it or not, you're gonna have those clash drops. But in the Miramar, this is a bigger question, if the teams are gonna take that deliberately, clash drops, those early drops for the fight or not. But for that, we have to like take a short break to get all those answers. So we will see you on the other side.
Be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All 3 methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again, PMNC South Asia Spring 2025, the final day, the day number 4 of the playoffs. This is Soaring with you guys. Once again, I am joined by the one and only Red Queen Andy. Andy, welcome back once again, and thank you for all the 3 days that you were here with me as well. But yes, final day, match number 1, it's over.
Oh man, Royal Dragons, if you guys missed the action, then that is on you. I don't know why you have been changing the channels, but you shouldn't be missing out on every action that is happening for the PMNC. But yeah, Royal Dragons, they just secured another chicken dinner with a dominant display that left no doubt about their prowess on Erangel. So they really brought the heat when it mattered most. Meanwhile, T2K was far from quiet though. I mean, they finished strong with a jaw-dropping 11 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. We're definitely going to be seeing that in just a while, proving that even when the games gets tied with their firepower, it is always going to be on point for T2K. And hats off to RLX, who fought until the very end, climbing into the top 2 in the match rankings with sheer determination. Torix, that was some clutch performance by all involved, right?
That was a clutch moment, but now, will the same clutch moments happen? Will the same kind of gameplay will be shown in the match number 2 as well, where we will go into the Miramar with Group A, B, C, and E. The E group, DRS, is finally coming back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Royal Dragons, 4 Death Machines, TM7, and RLX will not be playing this group. And Royal Dragons, whereas they got the chicken dinner just a while ago, this is going to hinder their performance so much, Andy, once again, that they're going to come back into the match number 3.
It might break their momentum, but yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. But let's see. I mean, we don't want to jinx anything, you know, for all the teams here trying their best to really survive all the matches for today. Now, as we turn the page to the next chapter, get ready because game number 2 is set in the expansive terrains of Midamars, and here's the kicker. I mean, DRS is coming into play. So with their reputation for high octane action and dynamic strategies, they're sure to shake things up on Miramar. So my question is, will they continue their relentless surge, or will one of our other top teams rise to the challenge?
This is a question that needs to be answered in this match, ladies and gentlemen. But here we have Minas Del Valle going to the side of SHREEPECH, and together with them there's a team going before the clash drop. Oh my god, those deliberate clash drops. This is what I was waiting for. There is the team. I think it is the team. I'm not sure. Syndicate, maybe? I think it's Syndicate at this point. That is against the team SHREEPECH, and the fight has already ensued. One player from the team Syndicate is already down on his knees. A great start from the team SHREEPECH esports side. Joker, you have made sure that the first knockdown is through you, and now if team SHREEPECH esports wants to, they can rush upon on this team and just take them down right where they stand. This is an easy early momentum that you can possibly gain for yourself, because not a lot of teams, not a lot of players that have their arsenal completely looted up. So if you want to, you can have a really great advantage against them.
Okay, here we go. SPE Xenos right now trying to flush them out from this building. Okay, they have been throwing out nades up against Syndicate. Rolex is very low in HP. I do wonder if they have enough resources to heal him up, but at the moment, I can still see him not even trying to do any bandages or first aid kits, so perhaps they don't really have anything with them just yet. Xenos, okay, he was able to get a little bit of damage, but it's a good thing because he was able to heal himself up now, and now ready to charge once again, ready to get back into the action. So far, SPE, two of them already inside the building. That's Joker and a Mafia Punk. But for now, they're still gathering information. They don't want to make any rush decisions. They don't want to be reckless at this point in the competition because there is a lot at stake.
There definitely is a lot at stake at this point, and you don't want to lose anything. You don't want to lose a single moment that can possibly gain for yourself. At least number 4 for the final day, because this day is going to determine whether you're going to be going into the grand finals or not, whether you're going to have like a decent chunk of points for your team to like brag about or not. And judging from the fact that how teams are actually going into the tussle event, into the engagement, yes, it is happening. The teams are doing their very best, the very best that they can to secure as much points as they can. SHREEPECH esports, they couldn't get that elimination done on the player Joker. I think he's trying to get on top of this water tank to try to get inside that compound, but he's so far not been able to be successful on that. But Guru and GV2, he's kind of far away from the team. He's not that close into the same building sides where the rest of his team is. But yes, Joker, get on that water tank. If you can get on that water tank, that's an easy another knockout. I do believe so.
For Syndicate, I mean, there's a need for them to win this fight up against SHREEPECH here.
No.
Yeah, OPZ again getting bombarded with a lot of nades there, or maybe perhaps bullets. But yeah, I mean, getting back into what I was saying, I mean, Syndicate, they're currently at number 18, if I'm not mistaken, in the overall ranking, and SHREEPECH is at 11. So we already know what is at stake for Syndicate. I mean, if they even lose this fight up against SPE, then oh man, I'm not sure how they're gonna last, you know, for the remaining matches here of the playoffs. But again, it's a good thing, you know, they're not gonna leave this competition empty-handed. Again, all they need to do is just really take down a whole lot of notes, you know, study everything, every movement from all of the teams that participated for the playoffs, and they can always apply everything that they've learned so far in the next tournaments to come. So as you can see on the screen here, there's hesitation coming from both teams here. I mean, SHREEPECH, obviously they don't want to make any mistakes anymore. They don't want to risk losing any more of their members. So as much as possible, it's a calculated risk coming from SPE, and it's the same thing what Syndicate is doing at the moment. That's why it's kind of a standoff that is happening from between these two teams.
It is a standoff point at this location, and anyone that's gonna make the first move, that person might be the one to like heavily get undermined on the fact. But yes, we have a total of 60 players into the lobby, 16 teams still into the match. OPZ down to the very last moment on these players. The moment as anyone is gonna move, is anyone gonna show their face, the other team is absolutely gonna decimate them and show them no mercy from that point onward, because you don't want to like lose the points. You want to gain as much as you can. So far it is still a 4 versus 4 fight, but for how long? 1400 meters outside of the circle is a big number. Not having the car secured for yourself is a very disadvantageous point for both of these teams. Not only they have to like either disengage or take the fight, but then they have to find the cars, then move forward inside that circle.
I mean, the buildings in Miramar is very tricky. I mean, there's a lot of blind corners, so I do understand the hesitation coming from both of the teams here. I mean, you need to always check the corners for every building here in Miramar, and it's very risky for them to even push. So, again, maybe we'll wait for like a long time here to even try to witness a battle happen or commence between these two teams. I mean, just look at them. Both of the teams here just really gathering information, listening to the footsteps, relying on their mechanical skills, but they need to settle the score once and for all, because this particular spot right here is no longer part of the safe zone. So their life is gonna go chunk away, but Syndicate right now already made a move, but unfortunately they're the ones getting picked off one by one, and Fakuro right now is the only surviving member here, so we might say goodbye to Syndicate at stage 1 here for Miramar.
Oh my god, this is just a stage number 1, and Miramar is not looking that kind of a Miramar that we are usually ready to see. But Tribe AEROMACY versus T2K. Oh my god. The number 3 and number 4 teams going against each other. And Tribe AEROMACY is going to lose one player. The second one is already knocked on his knees. Someone needs to get that survival done. It's a 4 versus 2. T2K has the complete upper advantage against the Tribe AEROMACY at this point. But Tribe AEROMACY Tricks is going to take down 1. He's actually going to take down 2. But instantly, Venom gets taken down. Tricks is the final hope for the team. Let's see if the M416, if he's going to be able to do that. The answer is no. It's over. T2K 4 eliminations, out of which 3 goes for True Love.
Tribe AEROMACY has been a model of consistency out here. Every engagement, every elimination they've carved out has solidified their place at the top of the leaderboard. But again, this is the second match for today, and it wasn't a very good run for Tribe AEROMACY. And I mean, on the flip side, T2K's journey has been a bit more erratic. I mean, sure, they've had some off games that raised eyebrows, but they're still safely nestled in that coveted top 16 zone. So let's see. Getting back into the play here, DRS Gaming right now. Ooh, 2 of them already knocked down on the ground. Delta out of the game. Example, it might be a little tricky for him to get picked up by his teammate. We got Ajaya on the screen trying to heal up, and he might be able to save Igneous, but that is still a big question mark right here, as he is still trying to find an opening to shut down players coming from DRS.
Yes, it is DRS clutching in, closing in. It's a 1 versus 1 so far into the close vicinity. Ajaya with the 1897 trying to level best to get those shots connected, but no. Just a single bullet in that 1897 could have been detrimental, but the grenade actually made him come in for the fight. 3 bullets on the 1897, but before any of that can hit, that grenade is going to mark its territory, obliterate the guy from that point onward.
Whew, man, but then again, I feel like even if DRS loses the fight, it's not going to take a toll on them, DRS Gaming has been on a tier with 5 WWCD, firmly establishing their dominance. They've already secured a slot here in the GrandFinals, that is for sure. But I feel like the competitive spirit doesn't take a time out. We might see them continue their aggressive play, keeping up the pressure, forcing engagements, and essentially flexing their skills. However, knowing that they're safe might also prompt a more measured approach in certain rotations, choosing smart positions and avoiding unnecessary risk. So, but it's a different story because they just went up against a fight here. They did lose one of their member, but they bagged 4 elimination points. So, still a great advantage coming from DRS. They have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they have nothing to lose. They can go completely haywire on the fight and everything. They can just go and try to obliterate as much teams as they possibly can. And even though if they fail, they have nothing to lose. They're still gonna be on the hashtag #1. There is no way in today that a team can actually secure 80 points to take DRS out of that crowning position of the hashtag #1.
Exactly my point. I mean, it's really not going to take a toll on them, honest. I mean, in short, a DRS could play a hybrid game here. I mean, one part high-octane offense to maintain their aura of invincibility, and one part calculated defense to keep those high placements intact. So, let's see what kind of gameplay DRS is willing to show us. Okay. Let's see what is going to happen next as we see the map on the screen here. NEPX is onto the northern side. DRS will be coming from the west, fresh from La Bendita. RG is already in the middle, and Domain, ooh, he is in between two teams here. So maybe it's information gameplay for Domain. You know, he's been scouting, he's been getting some knowledge as to where or like from what direction their enemies will be coming from.
I mean, yeah, but the circle has kind of like shifted towards in the favor of the teams onto the land side. I really want the circle to actually shift towards the water for some reason. I don't know. I just want to see a water circle into the Miramar on top of that. I don't know. I just want to see the world burn at this point. It can be that. But 42 players remaining, 12 total teams. HAINA Esports with a 4-man and no fight whatsoever. But NEPX, you're back into the game. You're back into the action. Come on. You can do it. This time, try to get some decent number of elimination points. You're 1 point away from the hashtag #6. Then, from that point onward, 4 points away from the hashtag #5. If you want to, you can just secure those decent number of 6-7 eliminations to yourself and just instantly step up 2 ladders, 2 steps of the ladder, go into the hashtag #5, then try to aim for the 100 points. At this point, the teams that have already secured their position into at least the top 10, I think what they should be doing is aiming for that triple-digit points.
Exactly. I guess some of the notable teams here that deserve some recognition is, of course, LOD NEXUS. They're a standout team from Bhutan. You know, they have shown impressive teamwork and determination as well. You know, it's not as strong as compared to the other teams here, but the fact of the matter is, I feel like they're more than willing to maintain their overall position here, and we'll definitely see them play at the Grand Finals. And there's also TM7 from Maldives, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. TM7, I think the only problem I can say for this team is, of course, the consistency. Sometimes it fluctuates. Sometimes they're pretty strong. Sometimes it's overwhelming. Then again, you know, they need to find that perfect balance, just like what we saw moments ago. I mean, JUTTI was able to secure a win, you know, from that clash, and they were able to get 3 points from that exchange. So it is a strong performance, but again, we're looking for consistency. Now, LOD NEXUS, they do have that advantage up against JUTTI just because they do have that high ground. They're at the edge of the circle here, so let's see if they could do the execution right.
I mean, yeah, we do have to see if they're going to be able to do that execution right or with ease. First of all, with the efficiency, but the circle is going to take the shift towards the La Bendita area, the complete open side. This is such an open circle going on. It hasn't gone to the Impala, it hasn't gone to the southern side where you have a lot of mountain ranges, the ridges and everything covered out for you. It's completely open into the barren fields, and staying here, it's going to hinder so much of your performance. It's gonna do it's gonna make so many problems for the teams from this point onward. LOD versus JUTTI squad, it has finally happened. It has finally occurred. One player from the LOD is down. NEXUS Beast trying to take the fight into the close range quarters. NEXUS Beast so low, taking a drop shot, making sure the player's knocked out. Instantly a knock and confirmation comes into the play, and Wimpy, one of the guy that can truly make this situation good for the team from the back side. he has to like do his uttermost best as the player is given the revive. Nexus Godsend, he has given that revival. It is done. The grenade is definitely going to do some splash damage on the players, but not enough on both of the parties to get the knockdown connected on these guys. And Nexus Godsend, the cars are close to you. That is about to blow up. If the car comes in before any of that can in fact happen, the player is going to be facing the wrath of that grenade. Instantly, he's going to get taken down, but it would be on the backside. He has the potential. He has the chance to take both of the players down of JUTTI squad. He takes down one, but the second one comes into the play. JUTTI squad gets eliminated right there, and then the chances that we're looking for low on LOD side, they thrived out of this situation.
Yeah, and KOM came to play just in the right time. They probably heard the gunshots, but now they joined into the mix here. They did not let LOD Nexus, of course, recover from that exchange, which is, of course, put the LOD Nexus in a world of trouble. I mean, they didn't really have the chance to defend themselves because KOM was there to collect some points. It was a beautiful drop shot, though, coming from Beast just moments ago up against JUTTI. It's just that it was a 2v1 situation, and the moment that he dropped that player, there was another one who followed through. So I think that was kind of the point we're in. It turned sour for this side of LOD Nexus. But anyway, looking at point right now, the squad going up against NEPX, tried to take down Mukesh from that distance. Himson, unfortunately, he wasn't able to hit his target quite right. Pekka, right now, I think he has his eyes onto Precious here, but still couldn't figure out, I mean, like which angle to use here because NEPX is properly hidden from that compound.
I mean, it is the open area and nobody wants to like show their faces at this point, and that may be one of the reasons that why we're not seeing any kind of like engagement so far. But the stage is about to close in 20 seconds. This is one thing. Stage number 4 is going to close in 20 seconds, 17, 16, and the clock's ticking. The team that are outside of the like safe zone area, they need to like right now move inside. No matter what they do, they need to move inside because the stage number 5 on the Miramar, it takes chunk of a damage on you. 3 eliminations so far for the team KOM. They are so far surviving into the premises. 3 eliminations, 4-man. It's a good like start for them, and even into the positioning wise, number 9, hashtag number 9, they have survived quite well with the 4-man standing. But you know who else is 4-man? HAINA Esports, RG Esports, RC32, Team NEPX. All these teams are 4-man, full squads. The only thing that they have in common, though, aside from the KOM, is that none of them has actually got engaged in any kind of fight. So far, 0 eliminations to HAINA, RC32, and Team NEPX.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. I mean, DRS, again, they could play this one hybrid. They could go full passive. They could go full aggressive. It really depends on their mood for now. I think I already mentioned this off stream just moments ago. You know, we talked to Beeple, and he was talking about teams that actually dominated during the playoffs. You know, secured 5, maybe even 6 chicken dinners, but then always failed to get the champion title when it comes to this type of tournament. So I do wonder, since DRS Gaming right now is in the top spot, was able to secure 5 chicken dinners from the PMNC playoffs, can they get the title? Can they get the top spot once we step into the GrandFinals?
I mean, getting the top spot once we get into the GrandFinals, this is one thing that we do have to see. And for right now, what we are looking at the fact is this is the match number 2. The teams have already started their aggressive stances and everything that they can possibly do. They are trying their level best. NRC is down to the solo player. KOM is also with the 4-man, Mystic with the 3, SHREEPECH Esports with the duo, NEPX, RCRG, full squad, DRS. I kind of want to see where the DRS is right now residing in this particular location, and how they're gonna like utilize this position for themselves to either take the fight or in the engagement for themselves. But KOM, he's looking in the long quarter ranges, trying to spot down the player, but will he shoot? Will he get those connectivities done? This is the bigger question.
All right, here we go. 9 teams remaining. Stage 5 here. We got HAINA Esports at the edge of the circle here. DRS is right up in front of them, so I do wonder if they will be picking up a fight up against the top dog here in the yard. We've got Loco from a KOM. KOM managed to bag 3 points for themselves, and I do feel like, yes, they're having an exchange up against Mystic right now from Bhutan, but still we have this great distance between these two teams. So I feel like even if they take down any of the players from any of the teams here, it might be a little struggling for everyone to transform that into an elimination point. So maybe that could go under the damage output category. But for Royal Gurkhas, okay, here's the situation. 1 point under their name, that's coming from Krish here. Regarding their position, okay, they are surrounded by the boys of DRS, but we can see that RC3 to Esport is the one sticking close to the edge of the circle here, and has a big gatekeeping opportunity up against KOM.
You know, I love the fact that ever since the past 2 stages, it has been 9 total teams that are still alive, 29 players. Nobody has decided to take any kind of aggressions, any kind of engagement. So yeah, they are looking at one another. They are spotting down the players, but that's about it. They're not shooting at anyone. They're not getting any kind of connectivity, but there we go. The things are about to change as this stage number 6, is going to close down. KOM so far, they're outside of the circle. They need to get inside as soon as possible. RC32, they can hinder their spot. They can hinder their rotation and can hold them for a tad bit longer time, that they are going to take a lot of damage from the play zone. But oh my god, this grenade can be a detrimental one, potential one that can take the player down. The answer is no. Nobody gets a connection. Nobody gets a knockdown on their side. Anisha's location can potentially get a really good opening against the team KOM, but this is one thing that Anish has to decide for himself. Keo from KOM, he threw that grenade away on that area. It did not connect on anyone, and once again you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 teams into the proximity. There's 5 to 6 teams into the proximity just on the minimap that you can see the colors of that can potentially take the fight. RC32 PD Sama gets one player that is hanging from KOM down. It's a knockdown, not yet an elimination, so still there's a possibility of the revival, and there's a possibility of RC32 just challenging everything and going for that complete rush.
Let's get the party started. I mean, just look at the amount of teams in one spot here. Oh man, there's tons of colors I can see on the minimap. But anyway, let's see what's going to happen right now, because it's a total fiasco out there. Mystic Twisted, okay, 3 points, but Caesar's already out of the game here. Classy just got knocked down. Coming from Loco of KOM. I think they're getting ready to push here, because Classy already down on his knees. What is RC3 going to do in this situation? He went in for a charge, but it was a 2v1 surprise coming from KOM. Now KOM was able to again take down another player from outside of that building. Oh man, the kill fit is definitely lighting up, because everyone is here. It's turning into a complete bloodbath.
It is completely turning into a bloodbath. Every team is right now rushing. As soon as they heard the shots, they're coming in. They want a piece of this cake, of this fight, of this aggression. And right now, the solo guy from the KOM is surviving. Backside RC32. Anish is going to take down one. Second player from the team NEPX as well. And once again, NEPX backstabbed. This has happened not just on the day number 1, day number 2, but on the day number 3 as well. And now on the day number 4, once again, team NEPX has lost 2 of their players just because of that backstab. Anish is going to take down Mystic players as well. Giles gets a knockout. It's a complete finisher. And MTD, Mystic, what is going on down to the last guy? I do believe so. Yes, Breach Esports is also down. And RC is also on the last player. Down to the very last guy, RC32 as well. 3 eliminations so far. The grenades are doing a lot of damage. And the fire from underneath the vehicle gets the final nail in the coffin. RC32 gets eliminated. NEPX surviving with 3 players. But go get that revival done. Okay, the revival is done. For a second, I thought the player was still knocked out, but no. NEPX, 3 players, 4 players, I do believe. So, in fact, no, 3 players have been revived once again back on their feet.
A streak of bad games may have triggered the aggression once again from NEPX. We can see them. They still are a full squad here, and they have been trying to rack up as many points as they possibly could for this round. Coming from the kill feed, it's Nodsu already down on the ground here, and it's so amazing. We just know that it's going to be an epic end game for this Miramar show, just because DRS is still alive and kicking and now managed to put 6 points under their name. We got HAINA, still a full squad though, but they haven't scored any points just yet. We still got NEPX, we still got RG. Mystic right here is still playing, coming from Bhutan, and NRC down to their last player with 4 elimination points, but with another shutdown coming from NEPX. Rex is in a big trouble here, and XMPL capitalizing on that situation. He was able to hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
He got all the players down with a single grenade, then proceeds to use that 4-time spray, take down MTD Twisted 4 out of this equation as well. RG, HAINA, DRS, this is looking like a DRS chicken to me once again. 9 eliminations, even though if they don't get that chicken dinner, just judging with the amount of eliminations that they have, it's still an amazing match for them. 5 points from the positioning wise if they get eliminated right on the hashtag number 3. Then the 9 eliminations, that's 14 points straight up to these guys a name. DRS Killer YT throwing the grenades constantly, but now only 4 grenades remain into his backpack. He wants to make sure that he makes the utilities used the least at this point, because you want to use them into the top 2 fight. But example, those double grenades are going to take him down. Cyclone from HAINA is going to take example down. Now the grenade barrages are going to come in. HAINA from Himson is low on that HP. He goes into the backside. Giante, Killer YT, both are gonna heal. In the meanwhile, second grenade is gonna take down Example out of the equation. Third grenade goes on. It can take down Giante, but no, Giante is still alive. Cyclone is down. It is a 2 versus 2. DRS facing the rest of those grenades once again. HAINA's with those connectivities, and DRS Killer YT facing 2 grenades back to back. This is gonna be all over for DRS. Team HAINA, beautifully done. 4 eliminations, and now with the 4-man standing, it is a 4 versus a 4 fight on both of these parties for Royal GURKHAS. So what am I seeing? I'm seeing a very decent position, very, I'd say, transitioning position that can actually help them secure that chicken dinner for the team Royal GURKHAS. Arc closed down, listening to all the things, the footsteps and the cars that can potentially give cues to where the players are going on. Cyclone has also been given out that revive, so this is one thing on both angle that is happening. It is a 4 versus 4 fight. Anything from this point onward, Andy, can happen.
Here we go, HAINA Esports working hard. They just eliminated the biggest threat so far from Stage 8 here in Miramar, and now they will have to continue on to their momentum. They will have to eliminate Royal GURKHAS just so they could secure that winner chicken dinner. Right now, we are looking at a 50-50% chance for both of the teams here to get that chicken dinner. HAINA right now trying to get in position, trying to find the right angles to work with. Royal GURKHAS on prone here, trying to have that element of surprise. Will Notsu or Arc have that exchange, since they're already pretty close to each other?
Oh my god, yes, they are close to each other at this point, but Arc, the zone's closing, and this is the 9th stage. You're not gonna have the circle. And looking at Royal GURKHAS, how they're taking both the angles, they're trying to take away the team HAINA Esports from 2 different angles. It's definitely gonna work. They're gonna take 1 down, the second one down, spray transition, and then now 40 bullets. He takes down 3 players of HAINA Esports, leaving down everything to Himson. And now I would say this is the chance, this is the time. Royal GURKHAS, go take that fight. The grenade actually comes in with the clutch, and Critch gets the final nail in the coffin. Royal GURKHAS with that winner chicken dinner of the match number 2 for the day, for the last day of the playoffs.
I just have to say, it was a brilliant move from Royal GURKHAS. Okay, one of them on prone, sneaked in attack. Hoina definitely got caught off guard there. I mean, they weren't even expecting a spray to come from the left side. And that was the opportunity for Royal Gurkhas. Again, brilliant push, great execution, and a deserving win for the Royal Gurkhas. That is one fat, big, juicy chicken dinner for RG.
That definitely is a juicy chicken dinner coming in for the team. And we can see 3-3 elimination, Ark and Krish. But Mamba and Psycho, oh my god, again with those zeros. Zero contribution, zero elimination. But the damage is there. 162 for Mamba, 346 for Psycho. Psycho did a lot of good damage onto the enemy side. He made sure that even if he can't get those elimination, he can secure at least those elimination for his team members. But we have the highlights. The Royal Gurkhas was that team that got that chicken dinner for themselves into this match. And right from the very bat, we saw the Syndicate fight against the team SHREEPECH Esports, in which SHREEPECH Esports definitely came into the clutch, got those elimination. AEROMACY versus T2K was the other fight that actually ensued, a 2 versus 2 that actually happened. But I do believe so. T2K tried, like, AEROMACY tried their level best to do whatever they could. The 2 versus 2, it was there, but they couldn't like secure the point that was really needed for them. They got eliminated. Then we had JUTTI squad versus LOD that actually ensued, and JUTTI squad, they couldn't like aggress on time, and that was mainly the reason that LOD NEXUS and all the team from the LOD actually survived out of this equation.
Exactly. Oh man, I'm still not over with what happened just moments ago. I mean, Royal Gurkhas, again, it was a convincing win coming from that team. I mean, it's about time, you know, it's been a long time coming for Royal Gurkhas, and now they found the opportunity, and they definitely seized that Carpe Diem once and for all for Royal Gurkhas. Now, I do wonder, since we're about to step into Sandhog, ladies and gents, but of course we're going to go through all of the highlights that just happened from this round, and actually how RG won the fight. But there's like a couple of play here, exactly what we are seeing on the screen coming from DRS. I mean, we just saw them hit and eliminate a number of players there from that one nade coming from XMPL. So that was again beautiful to watch. But for the MVP, it's gonna be Krish of Royal Gurkhas with 3 elimination points, 28 minutes survival time, and 50% team contribution, and an amazing 788 damage output.
I mean, yeah, that is a 50% contribution to RG Krish, and I give it solely to Krish. The way he did perform that single 1v3 on the side,
Yeah.
that was the moment. That was the moment deserving of the MVP, and that's exactly why he's there. But we have the match summary. 10,199 heal, 57 elimination with 16 knockouts, 224 throwables used, 2 airdrops, 12 headshots, 17 revives, and judging from the Miramar, 230 meters is not that great of a distance, but it is from pick from KOM. KOM till the very end, they tried their level best to do as much as they could. They survived a decent number of elimination positioning points. They survived, and they even secured this longest elimination distance for themselves as well. But 16 points for Royal Gurkhas, DRS with 14, 11 for HAINA, MTD Twisted with 7. Then we have a VENRC with 7 as well, KOM with a 7 as well, NEPX Esports has 5 alongside of T2K as well. And this is just the stage, this is just the chart, this is just the positioning from the page number 1.
I feel like those teams who are pretty much already confident that they will secure a slot in the GrandFinals will slow down, you know, for the remaining matches of the playoffs. I think, again, we need to look at those teams right at the bottom. Who will get the 16th place, or maybe the 15th and the 16th place? Who will get the golden ticket to advance to the GrandFinals? It's a tough place to be at, to be honest. But then again, you know, it's the nature of the competition. You need to be able to secure a slot, and you will have to fight for it. So far, I feel like Syndicate is one of the teams that already at the bottom. OPZ Esports as well. LHC, if I'm not mistaken, is also part of the bottom team. So I do wonder which of those 4 teams will make a difference for today's set of matches and maybe improve their overall position. So that's probably one of the stories that I'm looking forward to. I mean, pretty much the top 1 down to top 10 perhaps, you know, or even top 13. I feel like it is already secured. I mean, we might see a shuffle happen coming from all the teams there, but I think the interesting story would be from the teams that are coming from the bottom part of the leaderboard ranking.
But the thing is, the teams that have already secured their position and they know that nobody's going to take them down from that, or like stop their like qualification into the grand finals, they have nothing to lose, Andy. They can, if they want to, they can go completely haywire from today's matches onward, and they can just let all the teams from the bottom side just stay there, do not move a single inch, and that's exactly what they can do. But right now we will be going on a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you after this small break.
It's larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All 3 methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly,
Alright everyone, welcome back to Sandhawk for match number 3 where the action just keeps on hitting up. My name is Red Queen and alongside me is of course Torix right here. Today, the Battleground witnessed one of those jaw-dropping moments that live long in memory. Royal GURKHAS shattered expectations by not only halting DRS's dominating streak but by doing it in style. They eliminated DRS and then pulled off a sensational 1v3 clutch against HAINA Esports in the end zone, securing that coveted WWCD with a brilliant chicken dinner finish.
That is true. The way that they not only took down DRS and the team HAINA Esports to get that chicken dinner, it shows exactly what they're capable of at this point. But now, it's time for the Sandhawk. No Erangel, no Miramar. You don't have the medium pace, you don't have the slow pace map. You now have the high, fast, and high pace map where everyone goes for the fight, everyone goes for the aggression, and tries to take down those early engagements. One thing is for sure that we are gonna see a red Sandhawk this time around. ABDE is that group that's gonna play, and group number C, we'll be benching them for a while into the Sandhawk match. So one thing is for sure that some of the teams from like OPZ, MID Twisted, Royal GURKHAS, and HAINA, what is up with these teams getting that chicken dinner and instantly the next match they're on the benches? Why?
Well, all I can say is that, you know, that play from Royal GURKHAS wasn't just a fluke, ladies and gents. It was an exhibition of composure under extreme pressure, I might add. And in a scenario where most of the teams might falter, they turned a high-stake firefight into a masterpiece of tactical aggression. That is, I am sure of. But yeah, I mean, they're now gonna take some time off, you know, from this round. So I do wonder if that's gonna help them, or maybe this break will go against them because they've managed to build a momentum coming from that game. So I don't know how it will impact their overall gameplay as soon as we step back into game number 4 later on. But anyway, the rumble in the jungle has already started here. Flypad is pretty much right down there in the middle. So all the teams here has the chance, of course, to go to their favorite drop spots, but it's going to be the usual suspects here. Tribe AEROMACY, this is their favorite drop spot in bootcamp area. I do wonder if the surrounding teams will then have the courage to actually get onto the bootcamp and challenge up the boys of Tribe AEROMACY. And as always, Paradise Resort is fully booked.
It is fully booked. RLX versus LHC. But I can also see the Rowan side kind of like into the scattered side for the VENRC. But look at that. RC32. They can be potentially taken out from this like position because of how much the VENRC has the angle advantage against them, location advantage against them. They can completely surround them into the area and take them one by one. But Ninja so far with the S12K, and do I see a QBZ in hand? Yes, it is a QBZ with the 4 times and a scope. In Sandhawk, it is definitely going to help you a lot. But VENRC, no gun in the hand of Mini so far, and if if Mini, you're actually without the arsenal, without the gun, well, let me tell you, you're in for a surprise. You're in for a treat. That's a 1 knockdown. Mini NRC gets eliminated. That's a knockdown, instantly a finisher, and the first blood has already been drawn.
Ooh, strong start for RC3-2. Okay, I mean, the competition is already tight, and the chances of them getting into the grand finals, of course, for every team here is slowing down or like maybe closing down on them for some of the teams, of course. But JUTTI, I think they're pretty safe. They're not at all part of the bottom teams here for the PMNC playoff. They're still a complete squad. They're going through and pillaging through towns here to get the resources. They have to fill up their backpacks, and now we're looking at Paradise Resort again. All villas are already booked, and we'll see at least 3 teams battle it out here, going head to head. But it's going to be RLX this time versus LHC Esports. But since HAINA had taken a break, because usually it's RLX versus HAINA Esports here in Paradise, it's going to be LHC this time. There's still that distance, and no hard push yet coming from any of the teams here. But I feel like there's also a team just lurking outside of Paradise Resort and probably monitoring the situation and waiting for these 2 teams to go head to head.
I mean, yeah, they know that Sanhok is one of the maps where Paradise Resort or the bootcamp actually gets contested. Even though bootcamp was not contested this time, Paradise is. And because of this, Team RLX is waiting very patiently, yes, that okay, let the team take the loot, let the team loot for us. We have the guns, we can do a backstab on them, maybe take them out by surprise, get those arsenals for ourselves. But in the meantime, Tribe AEROMACY versus team Syndicate, they are in a fight. It's a 2 down. It's 2 complete finished up. Syndicate, things are not looking good for them because Zen, Bogobe are the only 2 guys alive, and right now they are close to SHREEPECH Esports as well. So not only it is Tribe AEROMACY into the close vicinity of these guys, there's also SHREEPECH Esports. Yes, they have the opportunity to take down at least one of SHREEPECH Esports by surprise by the backstab, because they might not have the right idea on where the players are. You can get those shots connected. The player is coming for that loot area, and there we go. The knockdown, the instant confirmation is definitely going to be into the play. Bogobe, the first elimination for the team. He's here. It's here for this guy. But now, SHREEPECH Esports, they not only have the location against this team, but also they know exactly where to come at.
Syndicate, again, this is not a very good start for them. They're definitely going to be pushed further down the ranks just because of this opening performance in Sandhawk. Jumping into LOD Nexus, Wimpy has been taken out. So they're going up against the M7, if I'm not mistaken. Nexus Godson right behind the concrete wall. They're trying to get into position here, definitely going in for a pinch, but Godson with that jump shot did not work out for him, and now he's down on the ground. And for Nexus, we only have 2 players that are active for the team, so I don't know how long they're going to be lasting in that situation. But as for Syndicate, they're getting slaughtered by SPE, and that was it. That was the end of the line once again. So anyway,
yeah, that is true. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize my mic was off. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, once again. But yeah, talking about all this factor, how so far the fights have ensued and everything, and how the Sandhawk is actually going on. It's one again. Miramar was kind of on the upstanding fighting side, but Sandhawk is not. Sandhawk is kind of going on the slow pace. SHREEPECH Esports, yeah, they have lost 2 of their players. LOD has lost 2 of their players, but Syndicate is the only team that have been eliminated, and this is this first stage that we are talking about. We are not used to seeing this slow pace of a Sandhawk that we are seeing right now. The past 3 days have not been kind for the teams into the Sandhawk, but there we go. SHREEPECH Esports, Joker YT taking those shots on towards the players, but instantly AEROMACY is going to take them down. 5 elimination, and this time around, AEROMACY is still 4-man alive. NEPX, on the other hand, NEPX is usually the one that gets backstabbed like this and absolutely get decimated at one point, but NEPX Precious, once again, they are the ones right now with the throwables are getting those knockdowns, but instantly, Precious, why would you throw a grenade on Mukesh? No, your own self-player grenade is gonna hinder your rush that you were about to do on the VETM7.
I guess, for NEPX Esports, TM7 is not much of a threat here, considering their status in the overall rankings. But yeah, that was a boo-boo right there. But anyway, Precious now back on his feet, just cooked up a nade here up against T7. It's a good thing that T7 is still, it's doing their best to survive this round up against NEPX. I mean, they're still a complete squad here. They're trying to establish a very good communication and execution in whatever plan they want to do. To secure a victorious win up against NEPX Esports. As you can see, Mukesh already going in for the charge here. He does have an M416 and an S12K in hand. He's about to cook up that nade. He will try to flush them out, and of course will try to deafen them with that grenade explosion. That could pave the way for NEPX Esports to again secure a win. But if you have been present from day 1 to day number 3 of the PMNC playoffs, you just know that NEPX really started off really strong day number 1, but they're having a hard time replicating that kind of energy in to the day 2, day 3 of the PMNC. So perhaps day 4 is going to be different for them. This could be the first match to try and turn the leaf here.
I mean, any match can be the first match for you to like make a comeback for yourself, but what we are seeing is the fact that nobody is actually going for the fight. But oh my god, wait a second, never mind. We ES2 TM7 Nitro XP managed to get a knockdown connected onto the players. This is 1 versus in fact 1 versus 2 scenario. Eddie's super low on that HP, so I'm not going to consider Eddie right now fit for the fight. He might get knocked down the moment he's going to take that peek against the players, but still he's still holding the players. Oh my god, NEPX in the meanwhile getting all those knockdowns for themselves. Now it's basically a 1 versus 2. NEPX has the upper advantage. The grenade is being cooked. This grenade will connect and might take down the players, but it does connect. It does not take down the player. The player is still alive, super low on that HP side. NEPX, Rex, go get those shots, get those connectivity on towards the players, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. But with the 4 eliminations, losing 2 of their players, I don't think this is a good trade-off whatsoever.
I mean, for NEPX, obviously they're not at the top spot here, but if I were to compare, like, in terms of pressure from a NEPX and a TM7, of course, NEPX, they're slowing down, I think, just because of their position in the overall rankings. And I feel like those teams at the bottom are being too cautious, so I feel like we're going to see less drop clashes to happen in the next rounds to come. But yeah, I mean, NEPX, even if they lose the fight or they have lost the fight there in the previous match, it's going to be okay. I mean, NEPX is still going to be at the GrandFinals, but of course for TM7, they still need to worry about, like, if they get pushed further down the ranks here, they still need to step on the gas. They still need to put up a great defense to maintain their overall position. And as for NEPX, we just saw them a while ago, and now they're getting picked off 1 by 1 here, this time from KOM. And just like that, NEPX Esports had already been taken out of the competition, and now we're looking at 12 teams remaining here. And LHC back on the screen here. One of them is currently knocked down on the ground, and that would be Mad Boy after securing 2 elimination points for himself. But there is still time for LHC to pick up their teammates, so I guess we will see them still play with a complete squad.
We might see them play with a complete squad, but look at the circle and look at the teams and look at all those closeness. I would say the areas that where we can see the close range quarter fights that can actually ensue. There is the JUTTI squad near the DRS. We can see the team NRC closing down as they're rotating towards the teams as well. LHC versus T2K. It's definitely going to happen as well. As the player is knocked down, someone is definitely going to try to get those revivals maybe on the player side to save his team member, but T2K, I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should be coming here. You should be looking at your team member, yes, with the scopes and everything, in hopes to seeing any kind of like confirmation that you can get for yourself, as the opponents are going to try to eliminate your player up. But Pick, he's the solo guy in this particular vicinity that was going for the fight, but instantly his teammate could not be saved. Now he moves back, get into the cover side with his team members once again as a 3-man squad. They're going to move forward. JUTTI squad in the meanwhile taking out DRS's player. DRS 2 players have been taken care of. 1 player knocked down, 1 player instantly finished off, and Killer White team to the front lines taking down 1 player. Tamag. There we go. This is the DRS what we're talking about. 1 versus 2 coming in. Killer, you are killing it, man, at this point against the team at JUTTI squad.
This is the kind of showdown, of course, that we want to see coming from the teams here. I mean, we are just at stage 3 here in Sandhog, and we're down to 11 teams remaining. Now, DRS back on the screen here, going up against JUTTI, and having, again, all the advantages working out for them. We can see that one of them, yes, already out of the game, but DRS with only 3 members can still pretty much pull off a great win here. JUTTI squad down to 2, so they're already at a deficit. They are at a disadvantage, but let's see if Woke can make a difference here. He is trying to get into position here. He is trying to go off angle, but can he manage to secure at least 1 player from DRS? That would be the big question here. I mean, they still need to deal with the pressure, of course, that they are already tanking the blue, so I don't know what's going to happen with JUTTI squad, but Woke still trying to exert a lot of effort here, a lot of energy as well to shut down Killer YT.
Killer YT outside. No, not outside. He's the guy that is actually inside the circle. But here we go. It is a 2 versus 3 scenario. DRS. The players are outside as well, but Delta closing in. Agzi, if you look in the front lines, you can see the guy, but the player from DRS spots you first. Agzi gets taken down. Okay, the final guy, the final hope for the team, he's going to spot down Killer YT. He's going to shoot the player. He's going to get him taken down. It is basically a 1 versus 1. Delta, he is going for the revive, but Gyante receiving a lot of shots. He's no longer be able to get that revival done on Gyante. Gyante is going to lose his life, and right with this, Delta, you have to be careful, because in the front lines, right in front of you, behind that rock, behind that ridge cover, there is a guy from JUTTI squad, which has actually given his location to these guys. But Delta, look at the damage. Look at the damage from the play zone. The way this chunk HP is being depleted on. If you don't have a first aid kit, you are completely out of this match. 300 meters with just 1 or 2 first aid kits, it's not going to be possible.
Yeah, the future is not really bright for JUTTI at the moment, considering their current situation. And Delta is just right behind that big rock over there, waiting for Woke to step into the line here. It's a ring around the rosy once again for both of these players. And now let's see if Delta can still manage to secure a point. Yes, sir! Oh my goodness, beautifully done though. Unfortunately, he just ran out of time, and that is it for DRS. They put up 4 elimination points in the bag, but they already said goodbye for stage number 4 here.
God, DRS is gone too, but I have to give it to JUTTI squad. Even though they got eliminated, they took down DRS with them. 188 points to the DRS so far into the overall, but KOM, Killer Machine, so far, Pick, he's there alongside of Keo. It's a duo versus the team Royal Dragons. The first match, Chicken Takers, is right now on our screen, right in front of our screen. Pick, you're just staying prone, but RD, I kind of want to see RD's positioning on what they want to do, what they're trying to like accomplish at this point, and what are they doing so far. But 3 elimination, RD, location wise, I think they're kind of like in a good position. But the fight is what's going to matter. How well are you going to be able to take the fight into your surrounding is going to determine. And within these 30-35 seconds, the stage number 4 is actually going to close. So if you're not in the stage number 5, in the radius of the stage number 5, that's an extra minus point to you guys that you will have to take care of.
Half of the lobby was already eliminated here, including DRS and NEPX in that mix. And now we're looking at Tribe AEROMACY. This is such a big chance for Tribe AEROMACY to pull off a great maneuver here to secure a lot of points. Same thing goes for T2K. And again, T2K, Tribe AEROMACY, they're already in such good spot in the leaderboard, but they are still in the mood to score a lot of points here, just to maybe really bag a huge number of points here for status. I mean, like for bragging rights, so to speak. For Death Machines, they're outside of the zone here. They're holding on to a compound, but it is now time for them to get to another safe location here, probably move on to another compound, but not, of course, not having an engagement with RLX, if I'm not mistaken. I think that team is right up in front of them.
Yeah, it is. It might be, but so far this stage, the circle, I don't even know how teams are gonna actually survive in this. RDLAT, oh my god, come on! Getting into a safe side, trying to get into the safe side actually hindered you. Straight up slamming that car into that rock, and it's over. 2 players from LHC instantly get eliminated, but T2K also is going to take the bags out. They have been eliminated as well, and the third one from LHC is also down. Someone needs to get that survival done, but the player's actually outside of the house. He's not inside, and easily that's the 7th elimination for the team Royal Dragons.
Royal Dragons definitely is on a killing streak here. Again, they managed to secure a chicken dinner for today's matches, and I'm curious to see if they can pull off another one here. So far, so good. The momentum, the pacing, everything is working out for Royal Dragons, so perhaps that could happen. But anyway, okay, RC3-2 trying to counter up against Royal Dragons, but there's also Lucidity of LHC, so this could easily be a 3-way battle. But at the end, it was Saba of Royal Dragons who caught that point. Now, Lucidity, we already mentioned that, yeah, we got a player here from LHC just trying to hide from all of the battles that's been happening around him, but I feel like the opposition already had a whiff of where he is currently at. And just look at that, Royal Dragons once again has a very good position. They are evenly spread out in the map here, but I can say that KOM is in such good spot here. Could probably gatekeep, for Death Machines and even Tribe AEROMACY.
I mean, Royal Dragon is the only team right now that I'm looking at with the 4-man and inside the circle with a decent number of elimination points and everything to their name. If they want to, they can secure that chicken dinner. Master Zerdy cooking that grenade. He's going to throw it up on Lucidity, but this grenade, will it get a connection? The player gets out of the house in the meanwhile, but the circle's gonna close in 6 seconds, 5 seconds. The circle's closing in on this guy, and he has nowhere else to go. The only place that he can go is either outside of the circle, give his elimination, or try to get inside and gets instantly obliterated by the hand of Royal Dragon. That's exactly what happens. Royal Dragon gets the 9th elimination to their name. We're down to the top 4. It is a 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 2. KOM is the only team with not a 4-player standing, but Royal Dragon, 1 player get taken down by the hand of Team Tribe AEROMACY. The grenade from Claw side may not hit anyone, but instantly it hits Subaz. It does a splash damage on Suba. The car is coming in to get that elimination done on towards the players. Claw will get maybe a connectivity done on towards the player, but Suba is the guy that might not survive from this point onward. There we go. He gets bled out. It's over. Tribe AEROMACY. That's the 7th elimination that they're gonna have. Claw's grenade, it's gonna hit a 0. So basically a 3 versus 3 can actually ensue if the second grenade actually manages to do something, and that's exactly what it does. Rig gets taken down. It's 2 down. You can go. You can get those rush done from this point onward. Team Royal Dragon, you need to get Tribe AEROMACY out from this point onward if you want to survive. But there we go. Tricks grenade taking down Master Zerti. So it's a back and forth going on with the grenades, with the throwables, and everything, utilities and the arsenals that they have.
They need to stick to the aggression gameplay here for Royal Dragons. I mean, they do have the opportunity to eliminate the rest of Tribe AEROMACY because they were able to knock down 2 of their players, and they continue to apply a lot of pressure onto Tribe. Now, for Death Machines on your screen here, they're also trying to throw a lot of nades up against Royal Dragons, so they are managing not just one team, but 2 teams from this stage on. 4 teams remaining. We got KOM, Tribe, RD, 4 Death Machines looking to secure that chicken dinner win. Tribe now back on their feet with 7 elimination points. They are a complete squad once again, and it has been raining nades. So far, they remain to be elusive at this point. We can see that Venom is trying to find an anchor hook that could best work for the rest of the team. And Royal Dragon, man, I don't even know like which direction they should face because they are in between. They just got sandwiched by 2 teams here, 4 Death Machines and Tribe AEROMACY.
Oh my god, no, Frag, you need to get out of there as soon as possible. The Astro Kid is going to take down Jill. Look at the backside, you also have someone into the backside as well, and that's exactly where you're going to meet your demise. Royal Dragon, Master Zerti gets eliminated by the play zone, Trix gets eliminated by Pick. We have Frag gets eliminated by the 4 Death Machines. Now with the top 3 players, top 3 teams, in fact, 4 Death Machine has a full man squad. They are a 4-man standing. Throwables can be used against Team Tribe AEROMACY to get that final player out of this equation as well. 2 seconds, 1 second. Will it connect? The answer might be a no because it's kinda undercooked grenade. Falcons, you need to go down from the 4 Death Machines, get inside those compartments, get those players from KOM out, because if you don't, they will have an angle on you. This is stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. One wrong move in 1 minute and 20 seconds will mean that you might be receiving a lot of damage and you might not get that chicken dinner. That's exactly what's happening. Pick getting 1, getting 2 players from the side of 4 Death Machines. They are absolutely decimated at this point, down to the very last.
Whoa!
Grenade is gonna take that chicken dinner away from them. KOM, Killer of Mountains. That's a winner in a chicken dinner for you. Today is a day of amazement. Everybody surprising us with those amazing grenades, the throwables, those 1v3s, and those 2 versus 4 scenarios.
Yeah, that was an essential nade coming from KOM. That paved the way for them to secure that chicken dinner win. I mean, he was able to eliminate most of the players coming from the 4 Death Machines from that nade alone. And again, for Death Machines was such in a vulnerable spot. They were all together in one area, so it was easy for KOM to actually take them out of the equation. So that was a great play, great execution coming from KOM, hence a convincing win for their team. And again, it's about time. And we did say this a while ago that perhaps, you know, we are seeing a change of pace mainly for like this reason alone. Like most of the teams already at the top, already confident enough to have secured already a slot in the GrandFinals. And those teams that are still playing for more points, still playing for a higher position in the overall ranking, being now too cautious, being very calculated on every step that they take inside the game. So we will see probably less drop clashes and aggressive gameplays. We will see teams pop off maybe stage 3, stage 4 in each of the battlefields here. And again, it will be an epic showdown right up until we get to the last few zones of the remaining matches here.
I mean, yeah, we're only down to the last 2 matches, ladies and gentlemen. This was a 3rd match, and we're officially more than halfway done on the day number 4 as well. So with the just 2 matches, the bottom line teams, I kind of want to see the overall ranking with all the 20 teams on them. How well are they doing? How many points are they lacking behind or something like that? I kind of want to see it all, but here we go. This was a decent moment that got me by surprise as well. I was not expecting T2K's player to like be on top of that house. Instantly got a knockdown and then got a confirmation. But DRS, what happened to them? The moment they decided to like take down 2 of the players. Killer YT was the sole guy that took down 2 of the players of the team JUTTI squad, but in the very end, JUTTI squad went out, and they went out with DRS as well.
Not just DRS, man. DRS, T2K, and even Tribe AEROMACY did not even make it to the last few zones of this match. But I think it's okay. I mean, they're completely safe, to be honest. And again, we might see a reshuffle happen for like maybe the top 10 teams in the overall rankings, but it's not going to change that at all. Those top teams that are part of the leaderboard will definitely go into the grand finals. So again, I would like to focus my attention more on the teams that will still try to catch up as much as possible. You know, will exert a lot of effort and still will give it their all just to make sure they hang on to that top 16th place and maybe, you know, maybe even 15. We don't know, but if there are teams going up, there are teams that are going down. So which teams are those? We'll still need to find out because we still got 2 more matches to play for the PMNC playoffs. But of course, we don't want to take away the spotlight from Pico Pick of KOM, as he is the MVP for this round.
He definitely is. 60 eliminations, 61 knockouts into the match summary. Then we have 6,500 healing. What? Sandhawk, and you have less than 10,000, 8,000 healings. Okay, I'm being generous with the 8,000. 8,000 healing is a must in Sandhawk, but we're saying 6,500. 138 throwables used, no airdrops, 11 headshots, 14 revivals, and T2K OG has the 225 meters distance of the elimination. 22 total points for the Killer of Mountains, 12 eliminations to their name. Royal Dragon, 15 points, 13 for the Tribe AEROMACY, 4 Death Machines with 9, LHC with the 7, RLX with 4, alongside of NEPX and DRS. My question is, right now, what has happened to NEPX? They were so good on the first few days, but now, as we're moving into the finals, like the ending of the matches and everything, they are kind of lacking behind, and that has been happening, I think, ever since the day number 2, Andy.
Well, not exactly sure, but, you know, for DRS and NEPX, I think they will weigh risk versus reward, to be honest. And again, you know, NEPX, yes, they came up fresh from PMGO. They were able to secure the top 7th place. And, you know, they really brought pride to Nepal. So I feel like during the first day of the PMNC playoffs, they really had an explosive play just because, well, they're one of the strongest teams, to be honest. But then again, you know, we see them kind of fade away from glory. But then again, I think there's still that high possibility, high potential that NEPX will play in the grand final. So I think that they're just trying to slow down, and I think they will step up once again when it matters most, and that is of course in the grand finals, because they will have a chance to secure a slot in the PMSL. I mean, it's not just going to be about the prize pool or the money that they're going to get from PMNC, but also securing a slot in the PMSL, a shot again to play in the global scene.
Yeah, that should be the goal for a majority of the teams, to like get that spot, because the qualification for that is really easy. You all have to do is play this PMNC, secure that top 2. Otherwise, you have to like play up all those rounds from the CSA side and everything to get into the Super League once again. So a direct invite to the PMSL Super League is a must, is like a golden opportunity for the team. But yes, we are almost down to the last 2 matches. The Erangel and the Miramar are the only one left, and before we head over to that, we will head over to a short break. Guys, do not go anywhere, stay with us, we'll be right back.
Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All 3 methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Erangel as we kick off match number 4 here. I'm Red Queen with the always insightful Torix beside me. So today's battle has been quite a game changer. In a jaw-dropping display of precision and aggression, KOM secured the WWCD by taking out 4 death machines right in the end zone. So this stunning performance not only rocked the battlefield, but also sent shockwaves through the tournament. So what can you say about the previous match here, Torix?
Honestly, I was not expecting that kind of a 2 versus 4 to happen. I was pretty sure in my head, okay, I have to say, 4 death machines got that chicken dinner, but no. The moment those 2 players got knocked out, oh, it was everything overturned. That single grenade took down the rest of the players, and it was over. The chicken dinner was taken right from the very mouth of the 4 death machines. KOM, Killer of Machines, in fact showed why they are the killers in this at least very match. But yes, aside from that, the things did get played really good for every single one of the teams, every single one of the players. They were kind of good on towards the fights. DRS team, JUTTI squad, as they were fighting, DRS took down every one of them, but instantly JUTTI squad were also on the same page as well. They took down the DRS's player as well, to the point where they wouldn't survive the play zone and get instantly obliterated right after them.
Yeah. On the flip side, powerhouses such as DRS, T2K, and Tribe AEROMACY fell short today, being eliminated with just a few points on the board, to be honest. So this dramatic shift in fortunes adds a thrilling twist as we head into today's match, of course, in Erangel. This is going to be the second to the last match tonight. The stakes are sky high, and every play definitely counts. So again, we will be looking at Group A, C, D, and E this time. So SPE and LOD Nexus, JUTTI Squad, and Tribe AEROMACY will be taking a break for now. So they are safe for this round. And I do wonder if since C2K wasn't able to really bag a lot of points, from the previous match, I do wonder if they're gonna be showing up, for this round.
But who else is playing again? Royal GURKHAS. GURKHAS. They will be going for the fight, and maybe, just maybe, because this is an Erangel once again, they might be able to get that chicken dinner for themselves again, just like the first Erangel.
Exactly. Whew. Okay, so what is gonna happen for today? This is an okay flight path, I guess. I think what's going to set the tempo definitely for this round would be the initial circle, and we don't even know where it's going to land. And as for those teams like RLX, they've already opened up their chutes. They actually dropped around Severny area. There's another team right beside them, and that would be the boys of T2K. So they are the two teams that will have, or will go head-to-head rather, for the drop clash in Severny.
Oh yes, it is happening right here. Severny is the first contestation, but we also have the Pachinki kind of in the potential of actually getting those early stages fights done. But oh my goodness, the circle is actually going to favor the military base island this time around. Going to go all the way down to the south, and whereas we have Royal Dragons team HAINA ESPORTS into a safe premises, into the safe perimeter. Midtown City, we have DRS over there. We have RC32 into the closest vicinity. And on the Severny side, the fight that we actually were talking about into the early stage, it is getting into from this point onward.
This is interesting. Military base is definitely focal point of the initial circle, which is, of course, we are at least 80% sure is going to be a military base finish. But anyway, getting back into the action of T2K and RLX. OG's pretty low in HP here, and Sana already bagged one of the boys of T2K, so it's a 4v3 situation. Can T2K still manage to flip the script up against RLX? That is still, of course, what we intend to find out in just a while. Dila 31 right behind this concrete wall. Two players from T2K is actually pretty close to him. We've got Destro trying to heal himself up. Toodle Love might go up against the Dila 31, but then again, we're jumping into TM7 and Royal Dragon because they're also having a fight here.
They are also happen to fight the bridge side just because the player knows that the circle is going to go towards the military base island, and those early rotations, it's definitely going to help at least the TM7 at this point, because they have not only rotated out of the area that they were in, but they're successfully into at least the next 3 stages of the circle, potentially into the next stages, into the next 3 stages, in fact, of the circle. But T2K, they lost one of the player. Igneous was the guy that was eliminated, that was obliterated. So that is the first blood that has happened. RLX is that team, but oh, sad. stabs. You were not supposed to go over there. You were not supposed to be into that church. Instantly, the second guy was also on the verge of being eliminated. Oh my goodness. OG, T2K, you beast. With the spray, with the precision, with the control. Just look at how much damage he's doing on everyone with that M4. Through love. Now it's your time to shine. Go forward, take those covers, take those rocks, these cars, go forward, close down the distance between you and your opponent, and just hit them where the metal is the hottest.
Well, True to Love is or was the one of the MVPs that happened yesterday. So we just know that this guy's always looking for a way to make it happen for the team. And right now he's trying to go off angle here, trying to sneak an attack. But Sana, oh, another mishap coming from our Alex. But it's a good thing Destro's just right up beside him. But the big question is if True Love is going to follow through. I mean, he definitely has an angle here to shut down not just one play from RLX, but two. Ooh!
Oh my god. There we go. Sana, the solo person. Now, from this point onward, the only hope for everyone that is on the RLX side is instantly going to be obliterated. There we go. The Molotov is going to take care of that. 2 for OG, 1 for Turu Love, and 1 for Ajaya, with a total of 4 eliminations and 3 men still standing. A good trade-off, a decent trade-off happened, but now T2K, you have to think, you have to devise a strategy. Take the cars right now, get out of this premises inside that circle, because 2,200 meters is a very big distance. But NEPX, come on, that's 2 down, back to back. And NEPX, what has happened to them? The team that was doing so good into the day number 1 is kind of like crumbling, like the cards, the deck of the cards, and there is nothing that they can do to like help themselves from this point onward.
Hellis Mystic is actually doing great here, bagging 2 points now for the team, and we are just at stage 1. Okay, so first team to be taken out would be RLX down at Severny area, courtesy of T2K. T2K survives the fight, bagging 4 elimination points, so it's a strong start for Train to Kill. Looking at TM7, Admiral already out of the game, so that's 1 casualty for them. They're scouting out, of course, the military base, trying to check if there are other teams that might have taken a compound someplace else. But there's a need for those teams, especially currently staying in the main peninsula, to head on over to the south part area of Erangel, just so that they can get a very good spot, a very good vantage point that could best work for the team. Right at this point of the competition, they should be able to extract a lot of the advantages, and they need to make sure to work that out for the team, because we are now down to the last 2 matches here, and some of the teams here are already playing their last game.
I mean, yeah, they are playing their last game, and this is not the time to, I would say, hook that risky moments that you can possibly take, but it also is time for the risky moments for the bottom line teams, because 23 points Syndicate OPZ, you have nothing to lose at this point. Even if you don't play that good, you're still not going to be able to qualify. It doesn't matter. Go for that aggression. Try to like take down the other team, then maybe, just maybe, with that aggressive stance, it might work out so good for you guys that you might be able to get into the top 16 into the overall ranking. Same as for this team, Syndicate. LHC, 26 points. I have to give the same advice to these guys as well. VET M7, I think they have a decent position into the top 15 position. So they don't need to do that much, but they still need to be careful, because these teams, the bottom line teams, they will still have the chance in this match as long as they're alive. And the next one, if they're joining in, to take you guys over and away from the hashtag number 16th position.
HAINA Esports obviously trying to push out the teams to like trying to get a great location, a great position in the military base. That is, of course, the best tactical and most logical way that you could pursue stage number 1 here. They need to prepare themselves, though, because there will be a lot of teams now headed towards that direction. I mean, this is just stage 1, but everyone is in a hurry, of course, packing everything in their bags, whatever that they're going to need, whatever resources they're going to need for every engagement that will happen or that is about to happen. As for DRS, they've already managed to put 1 point under their name. That's from a Killer YT. and now they're about ready to head on to another location here. I guess this is very critical, very crucial for the teams to have vehicles, just because once again they're going to cross, from the main peninsula into the military
my
base, either
God.
swim or passing through West Bridge or the East Bridge here. DRS definitely it will be passing through the East Bridge, but they will have to deal with NEPX first. Both of the teams cannot push through, getting to the south part area of Erangel without battling or like going head to head, because it will be detrimental for both of the teams to actually push onto the south side without dealing with one another.
I mean, the situation has got so dense for these teams that there is no other way. There is absolutely no other way than to not fight and get into the circle. You have to take the fight, no matter what the consequences are. You have to get into that aggressive stance. As you cross that bridge, there's the team Royal Dragon waiting for you. You stay here, the circle is going to get out of your positions, and there is also the NEPX versus the team RD, in fact DRS, that can actually potentially take you down. But Team MTD Twisted, once again, Giles trying his level best to get those shots connected. He did connect some of the shots at the early stage, but not after the player started to move. So all those shots are in vain. The player is in the safer side now, but 2 eliminations for the Team Mystic. MTD Twisted 4. They're not gonna like go for that much extra engagement than they already have on their hands. They know that they are in the safer side. They're in the top 10. 71 points is a decent one. They just have to hold it out for as long as they can, as much as they can, till the very end. This is the second last game. You only have this game to like maintain your points, because many of the teams and many of the players will actually be going for that aggressive stances into the very final match, because they will have nothing to lose. And OPZ right now getting that 1 elimination. Shoaib, I'm not sure if I'm saying that name right. Sahube, in fact, there we go. Sahube is the guy that is low on that HP. He's going to heal himself. Bot Bro has also been revived. And 2 eliminations to the player's name. 4-man standing. OPZ. But the next move that they have to do is the tricky one, because they have to cross the bridge. And the rest of the team that they just took down the 2 players off, they're waiting. They are waiting.
Yep, and coming off the kill feed, it's a Jaya, of course, that got picked off again from T2K. So T2K working with 2 players now. Okay, so I still think 4 is a pretty decent number coming from T2K. But let's check out what is happening with KOM. If in case you guys didn't see, KOM was the one who shot down a Jaya from an exchange with T2K, and right now we're looking at 4 death machines going up against KOM. Technically speaking, we only have 2 players active for the side of KOM, and they're going up against Aditya and Killmonger. So this is a fair fight. It's a 2v2 situation. But as for OPZ, man, they're getting also picked off 1 by 1, and I don't know how long they can last from that situation. We're now down to Mash here to make it happen for the team. Can he still save his teammates? But LHE will definitely go for a push here. This is the right opportunity for them to move forward. But that is such an accurate shot, a spray coming from Mash here. He's cooking up a nade. He's cooking up a nade here up against LHC. But Mad Boy getting mad and actually securing a point for them.
It's over for the team OPZ, and right with this now, KOM is another team that is kind of into close vicinity with the 4 death machines taking the fight. DBS in the hand, pick. He's not over-aggressing. This is good thing. This is good thing that he's not over-aggressing into the situation. The player is healing himself. The grenade will go. It definitely can do a lot of damage on towards the players, but no, the player survived. Once again, going for the heal. Pick. Molotov is on its way. Upper floor is mollied out. The player, be careful. Whatever you're doing, the other corner can potentially harm you, a really hard hitting factor. But on the other side, HAINA ESPORTS, they managed to secure the 4 elimination without even a single casualty for themselves. So it's a good strategy. It's a good start for them as well. Pick, cooking the second grenade. Nobody's going to get hit. And now this guy is out of the nades. The Molotov, the only Molotov he has, he also misses that out. Oh my goodness. No, come on. This is not good. This is not good from this point onward. Pick from KOM. He's the solo guy from the front side. There's the 4 death machines. That is also the solo. It's a 1 versus 1 that we are waiting for to happen.
I mean, Pico Pig obviously has that momentum from the previous match since he already won the MVP title. But the big question is, same thing goes for Aditya. He's always one of the top performers, in the overall chart. So I do wonder who's going to be winning the fight here. Again, just like what you said, is this an even fight? It's a 1v1 situation for four Death Machines and KOM. Um, uh, Nobody will, of course, let this go. I mean, there's a need for them to settle the score. They're attacking the blue. Three of their members already have been taken out. So who's going to be winning the fight? Oh man! Just in the nick of time, Pico Pick was able to evade that nade that came from the opposition. But there goes the
Not
second one,
anymore.
and I guess it's four Death Machines who emerged victorious from that fight, but not, of course, not losing three of their members at stage 3 here in Erangel.
Oh, this is just the stage number 3? Really? I was assuming this is stage number 5 or 6 at this point because the way that the teams are fighting, but no. This is actually the stage number 3 that's closing on, and we're going to go ahead into the stage number 4. Precious, the solo guy, now from the team NEPX, is up against the DRS. Oh my god. Talk about a matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about a matchup. You are very severely underplayed at this point because you don't have the man advantage. You don't have any advantage whatsoever. You don't even have the circle for yourself. But looking at the team RD onto the southern side areas, we can see them close to the T2K. And T2K OG, the solo guy that is right now alive, he is being chased up. Precious, his location has also been revealed by the hand of RD. Claw got a damage, got a body shot on him, and now he needs to get out of this premises as soon as he can, because not only he has given out his location to the team RD, but also the DRS. Now, if he gets out of this area, he leaves just on the barefoot. DRS has their complete angles on them, so does the Claw, because the right side angle is being taken care of by the team RD. Left side is being taken care of by the DRS. So the only option that you have is to save yourself in that outskirts of the circle.
12 teams remaining here. Ladies and gents, Claw, good vantage point so far. They're at the edge here. Gatekeeping, of course, the likes of NEPX and some of the other teams that was still they're still staying in the outskirts here. Claw needed to boost up. Now checking out Royal GURKHAS, Arc 777 already out of the game here, and now Krish is doing a massive spray up against one of the players of HAINA Esports. But it's a good thing for HAINA because he was able to survive that attack. T2K down to OG, last remaining player here. Can he shut down Pika? He has a very good angle, but he is saving his bullets. Of course, he doesn't want to get compromised, but I think Pika had already spotted him, and here comes the attack from HAINA Esports. Gets the job done. T2K out of this game.
Oh, they are out of this game. We're down to 11 teams, ladies and gentlemen. VETM7 has also one of the player down, knocked out. Not the revival so far has been done. Royal GURKHAS, okay, the team that got the chicken into the match number 1 of the Erangel. Right now, once again, is a 3-man, but no fight whatsoever, no aggression, no engagement whatsoever right now. But VETM7 close to the HAINA Esports. The grenade will definitely go. It might not hit the players, and that's exactly what happens. It did not hit anyone. Once again, the second grenade is going to go on its way, but the player comes in with the clutch, takes out the 2 players that were in the car. Himzen and Cyclone, both are gone. Natsu and Pika, the only 2 hopes of the team. It's all up to these guys. Natsu is also getting those damages, those connections connected on him, and now he's the solo guy. Natsu, get out of there, as the TM7 is actually getting all those engagements, all those shots, all those knockouts and confirmations on your team. 5 eliminations are not going to help you if you get eliminated right at this point on the hashtag number 10.
Yep. Last play from HAINA, of course, would try to go for another entry point into the safe zone. I mean, there's a need for him to reposition himself because 3 of the other members have already been taken out. Royal Dragon, Claw is currently knocked down on the ground, but Aditya just made sure there will be no coming back from that one. Such an accurate aim coming from Aditya for Death Machines. Natsu, okay, that was the end of the line for him. He got shut down by RC. And we'll probably see them tomorrow. I'm just not exactly sure if HAINA is going to be playing for the last round tonight. Royal Dragon, Master Zerdy on the screen, just did a a rabbit spray up against Aditya, but was not able to take him down. But ladies and gents, we are already at stage 5. We're looking at 9 teams remaining. And again, RC3-2, man, they've already bagged 3 elimination points for the team here, and they are not stopping at all.
Oh my god. 22 players are remaining. 8 total teams are alive from this point onward. And RC32, they're getting those constant eliminations on towards the players. We do have to see how it's going to help, how it's going to affect all these players. 4 Death Machines in the meanwhile gets eliminated. Royal Dragon, 5 eliminations. GURKHAS, 0. RC32 taking down VETM7's a player. It's a back and forth. Those eliminations are definitely happening. VETM7 to elimination, solo player, LHC, solo player as well, and DRS outside of the play zone. Come on, get inside as the DRS is making its way inside that circle. There is the team MTD Twisted 4 right into the premises. The fight can happen, the fight can start, but I think the team DRS do not want any kind of engagements, and that's why they're kind of staying on to the safer side. But Frag, oh my god, how lucky can you be? But can you get those headshots connected? The answer is I don't think so. I don't think so. That's a connection right there. But oh my god, wait a second. No, Frag actually managed to get that connection done. He got classy. Now, from this point onward, he's going to move this area out. He's going to leave this area. He's going to go forward, stay into the safer side, inside that circle as stage number 5 is closing in within 1 minute and 30 seconds. We are going to have our top 5 contenders as Royal GURKHAS gets eliminated.
It's got Mystic, Royal Dragons, TM7, RC32, and of course the top dogs, DRS with 3 members left. Anyway, we got RC32. Now we're moving into MTV Twisted over here. They're doing a massive spray up against DRS, who was just trying to pass by. And Uncle is headed back towards his teammate here with that information. But RC32, man, 1 man down coming from Nitro of TM7. Both of the players here cooking up a nade for themselves. Who's going to be taken down from this exchange? We've got Ninja with a DBS. He manages to actually dance it off up against Nitro of TM7, but can he survive since he will be coming from the low ground? Yes, Nitro, very low in HP here. Could be detrimental for him since Ninja is still full in HP. With a DBS shot, though, was able to still defend himself. Wow, what an exchange. A Ninja down on the ground.
Oh my god, I'm not expecting this. But now Anish, the solo guy versus the Royal Dragon. Frag. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. This solo guy, he is the hope. He is the light beacon for the team. And let's see if he's going to go towards the VETM7 as well. Take the 1 versus 1 fight. That can happen at this point or not. But 7 elimination to the Royal Dragons. Things are looking really promising for these guys. At this point, 7 eliminations mean they're very well versed, at least in this match, on the fights, on the engagements. They can have the potential to take the other enemies down as well. But right now, Master Zerdy, he's throwing the grenade. It did not hit. It did not hit Anish. And right with this, the connections, the shots, the throwables, they are not coming up on the player. They are not coming up on the team. Situation has been overturned. Situation has to be really checked on what's going to happen as the Molotovs, the grenades, everything is going on back and forth, and no connectivity is actually happening. Oh, come on.
Ooh, Nitro, great effort, but understandable because you didn't really have that much space now. Our RC3 to obviously just capitalize on that one. They just really waited for you to come out from that shack. But anyway, 4 teams remaining. Ladies and gents, Mystic with 3, RD with 3 players. Same thing goes for DRS. And the only team that I think has the least chance of actually scoring the chicken dinner here would be, of course, RC3 too, just because they're down to their solo member here. DRS, strong and decent number up on the board there, 7 in total, with Gyante bagging most of the kill here. Currently, they're taking their sweet time. They're getting information. Yes, they are doing some massive spray. the remaining 3 teams probably knows exactly where they will be coming from. There's a need for them to kind of take out that guy from the tower, just because DRS knows that that's a very good vantage point, and if they move forward and expose themselves, it could be dangerous for DRS. Actually, it could risk one of them getting knocked down, or worse, 2 of them.
I mean, yeah, but it goes both ways, doesn't it? At this point, anything can go both ways. You're trying to take down the opponent, you can be taken down by a different team. You can be taken down by a different player as well. But so far, it is RC32 and Asia moving forward. The solo guy, Master Zerdy, might be able to spot him out, but I don't think so. Master Zerdy is on this side of this mountain. He's on the other side, just chilling out there, not making any kind of like a movement, that sudden moment that can actually reveal his location. So this 4-way fight, it is 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1, with just RC32 having a solo player. Royal Dragons are 3 players. I don't know Master Zerdy, I can see clearly, but where are the rest of the team? Royal Dragons a player. Frag, he's here, close to the proximity of the team Mystic Dragons, Mystic Twisted, in fact, and slowly and steadily, the DRS is also approaching the situation. And if they assess and know exactly what's happening, where the players are, I don't think so. DRS is going to be an stoppable force. They're definitely going to become an unstoppable force from that point onward.
RC32, the best way to deal with this one is to let the other teams battle it out first. But unfortunately, he is pretty close to the blue zone, so it's an open space right up in front of him. And now this is the perfect time for him to just get lucky with the shots. Yes, he was able to shut down Delta, but he compromised his location, and that was it for him. He gets taken out, but not inflicting a lot of damage and injury up against DRS, because he just put DRS down to their last 2 players. So 3 teams remaining. We got Mystic, Royal Dragon, and DRS. Just because of what happened, DRS now has the least chance of bagging the chicken dinner, just because they're playing with only 2 of their members. And Royal Dragon, man, they do have the vantage point. One of them probably had already taken what's ever left in the box there, so one of them have already leveled up their gear, so that's always an advantage. Every little thing needs to work out for them. I mean, you need to make a series of good decisions just to make sure that you secure that chicken dinner. Now, DRS is going to be a tough fight, since they will be coming from down below. They don't really have exactly the visuals. I can say the same to Mystic here. So Royal Dragon just needs to play this out right. They need to be patient, and they could definitely bag the chicken dinner here.
I mean, yeah, they can definitely bag the chicken dinner at this point in this particular location, but DRS, this is the force that you're talking about. This is a force that has back-to-back shown us what they're capable of, and even though there are 2 men right now, just look at those precisions, those grenades. They managed to make Master Zerdy fall back a little bit on the backside, and MTD on the other side. They're going to get 2 of their players knocked out, and right with this, we are down to the very last player of the team MTD Twisted 4 as well. DRS with the duo, and then we have a trio of the team Royal Dragons at this point. But now, with the 6 players remaining, Giles gets a finisher from the hand of Frag. That's 9 elimination. Giante gets a knockdown. Killer is low on that HP. He's going to get out of the car once again, and instantly he's going to be obliterated by the hand of Team RD. RD, the chicken dinner is loading, unless Unkill can actually manage to pull off a 1v3 at this particular location. The car is about to explode. One thing is for sure, that the car kind of glitched out, and this was not looking good for the team. But once again, the second car got glitched out. Frag closing in. S12K, 1897, both on the shot. Gets the elimination. RD is that name. That gets the winner chicken dinner for themselves. Into the match number 4, the second last match of the day, goes to the Royal Dragons.
Just as we anticipated, ladies and gents, Royal Dragon securing another chicken dinner for the final day here of the playoffs of the PMNC South Asia. Everything was really working out for them. Again, they did have that great vantage point. They did have those numbers. They were holding on to multiple angles, which made it far better for Royal Dragons to secure a win. Great and valiant effort, though, coming from Mystic. I mean, they managed to secure a top 3 position in the match ranking. Same thing goes for DRS. But DRS, they're already playing with no pressure whatsoever at all at this point in the competition. So again, it doesn't really matter if they win or lose because they're still going to be at the top spot. That is it. They've already cemented themselves to stay at the top spot. But Mystic, that was such a great effort coming from the team here. But Royal Dragon at the end of that match still survived, still emerged victorious from all the exchange that happened, from all the trade-offs, and managed to get this match for the last or second to the last game before we wrap things up for the final day of the PMNC.
Oh yeah, it is down to the very last game of the PMNC playoffs. The final match will be on the Miramar side, but yes, going into the highlights, it is a match number 4. Mosh tried his level best. OPZ at one point, they were doing so good, getting those 4 eliminations for themselves, but instantly, after a short while, they got completely obliterated. KOM also got eliminated by the hand of 4 death machines. We had HAINA taking down the last player of the T2K, and this fight, the state number 4, state number 5 to the state number 6 kind of area, that was kind of like really slow paced, but Royal Dragon lost a lot of player along the way. That we saw for sure. RC32, I have to give it to them. They had really great connectivity on their shots, but still they're somewhat lacking behind in their experience on what to do at what certain positions at what certain points, and that's where they're losing all the points that they can possibly get. Elimination wise, they're doing so good.
I'm already itching to see the overall ranking, to be honest. I want to see where TM7 is at. I want to see where OPZ is at. I want to see where LHC is at currently. And for the other teams, I mean, the positions have already been changed, so I just really want to see the overall ranking. But before we show that to you guys, let's check out the MVP of the match here. It's Zordy coming from Royal Dragon, putting up a total 4 elimination points and 689 damage output. This guy right here carried most of the baggage, carried most of the hard work, so to speak, in the battlefield, and was able to get the MVP title just because he was able to shut down a couple more players compared to the other teammates from his side of the fence. Anyway, throwables used is 134, airdrops looted, we've got 2, and example right here has the longest distance elimination, a total of 381 meters.
Oh my god, this is looking so good. Right now, 5 revives, just 5 revives. Remind you, this is Erangel, and 5 revives does not add up, no matter how you look at it. But example, yes, he did a very decent amount of elimination of a distance with 381. Right with this, now moving on to the match ranking, it is Royal Dragons with 22 points, DRS 13 points, RC32 12 points to their name, MTD Twisted 4 with 9 points as well to their names. On the number 5 we have TM7 with 6 alongside of 4 Death Machines, LHC with 5 with HAINA Esports right beside them, and the first chart goes all the way from the 22 points to the 5 points. And I'm now looking at it, and all these names that we're seeing into the match ranking board, into the first chart at the very least, it all compromises of those top 4, top 15 players. We're not seeing the teams that are at the very bottom do very good performances and getting very good points. T2K, OPZ take them for an example, 3 points just in this match.
Yeah, Royal Dragons with another impressive set of matches coming from this team. It's no doubt that they're going to be climbing up ranks here in the overall rankings. As for NEPX, it was a streak of, I don't want to say that a streak of bad games, but maybe a not so okay set of games for NEPX. And just because of the performances that we saw from them beginning at day number 2 to day number 4 of the PMNC playoffs, I feel like they're gonna move down in the overall ranking. I think that is I'm pretty sure of that one, just because they have not been winning those chicken dinners, they have not been getting into the latter stages of the game, and they haven't been really aggressive in getting those elimination points.
I mean, yeah, that is for sure. That is true. But there's still a final match, and anything is possible on that. The team's total strategies, the team's total momentum can suddenly change because they will have nothing to lose. Some of the teams that are into like that yellow zone where they can be taken out or they can cement themselves into the like qualification need, the top 16, they are the ones that we need to take a look at, that we need to like know exactly how many points of a difference that they need to like have to like secure themselves into the safer side, or how many points do they need to lose to like get out of the top 16 position overall. So this match is really important for them. They need to do whatever they can to like secure themselves into the top 5 position. But for that, and the answers for all these questions will be answered after the short break, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
25. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain. Yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All 3 methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, 2025 PMNC South Asia Spring playoffs is about to end. We are only one more match away for the completion of the playoffs at this point. But my name is Torix. With me, once again, it is the Red Queen Andy joining in for the match number 5 as well. The final match, which will determine who will go into the grand finals and who will stay here and go back to their own homes and try to practice for the next phases of the games. But yes, Andy, the last match, how the teams actually played and how the chicken dinners was actually taken up by the Royal Dragon, it was amazing. And we were talking about the fact that the bottom line teams, they're not performing very well. Judging on this map, this is the Miramar. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if we're going to be breaking down match number 4 and what it means for tonight on Miramar, Royal Dragons have clearly established their dominance tonight, you know, with that second WWCD. They're not just playing for points here. They're trying to stamp their authority on every engagement. And DRS, despite being on top, top of the cusp, you know, of another win here, they fell a little short, showing that even the best can face tough nights, you know. Like, meanwhile, Mystics' tenacity paid off, I can say, because they managed to secure a top 3 spot through a series of well-executed plays. You know, their performance is a testament to their resilience in the tactical gameplay. And teams like T2K, KOM, Syndicate, and NEPX exiting the round robin after match number 4, the stakes have shifted. You know, the remaining squads now face an even sterner test in tonight's match number 5. So every move will be critical. Each decision, of course, could like propel them closer to the grand finals or push them further down the rankings. Just moments ago, we were talking about, like, you know, the performance coming from the NEPX, coming from T2K and the other teams. Killer of Mountain, T2K, Syndicate, and NEPX, that was their last round. That was their last chance to score more points to improve their overall status. So it's going to be interesting to see the results later on in the overall ranking.
Oh my god, but look at them, like, playing line. Oasis all the way down. This is a very decent playing line if we're talking about it, because not only this gives like a good decent amount of chance for every team to like secure their own spots, but this also gives enough chances for the teams to like go for those clash drops as well to try and take down the other team at the start of the round. For Death Machines, JUTTI squad, they're not going for any kind of clash drops. None is going for their clash drops as well. But as we will move to the Picado, maybe the Los Leones, that's where the fight might ensue. Power Grid is also one of the places that can actually like cement some of the teams for the fight. But one thing we do have to see is the fact that how many teams are actually going to go into the fight at a single time. Los Leones, so far I can see 4 teams taking a drop at that point, but how many of them will actually land inside?
Dominance, precision, and gutsy plays will be the name of the game here as we, of course, progress in Miramar. I do wonder if the remaining competitors definitely will rise to the challenge and maybe disrupt, you know, the current hierarchy we have in the leaderboard ranking, or like will the powerhouses continue to dictate the pace of this game? I mean, the final match is our last shot, in this tournament, and I do wonder which of these amazing 16 teams are going to be up for the challenge again. DRS, Royal Dragon, Hoina for DM, even Tribe AEROMACY, they're already at a very good position in the overall ranking. So I do wonder again what the likes of NRC, LHC, OPZ, and even TM7 here would do in this kind of situation. Again, we are still curious, right? If there are teams from the bottom that made any difference for the last 5 matches that we've had today, if they were able to gather just enough points, to make it to the grand finals. But we are going to find that out later on after this match.
We will definitely find that out later, and after this match, who's gonna like secure the positions into the top 16, who's gonna move forward into the grand final, and who is not going to go into the grand finals. But so far, we have DRS, we have JUTTI squad on our screen, and these players are actually playing it really slow. They're not over pushing, they're not over aggressing, and judging from the teams, these teams, in fact, they are known for their resilience and those aggressive stances. And in the final match, where they have nothing to lose, DRS 201 point, I can 100,000% tell you that there is no team that's gonna take these guys out of this premises, number one. So even if DRS wanted to go for the fights, they can. They have nothing to lose. Come on, we need to see some aggressive stances in this match at the very least.
Exactly. But again, for those teams that are already at the top, I think that they're going to go through this match with a breeze. They're going to be playing it kind of chill. And the pressure is definitely high, especially those other teams that are still trying to catch up onto the numbers here, still trying to make it happen. Or, I don't know, maybe who still has that dream to get that golden ticket to advance to the grand finals. But of course, it's going to be tough, honestly speaking, because they're already at the mercy of the top teams if they are going to be in the mood to secure more points to just really bag those elimination points for their pleasure. Because at this point there's really no reason at all for those teams at the top to still be more aggressive, because they've already secured a slot in the grand finals, that is for sure. But of course, we still are waiting for the other teams that are down below. Again, if there are teams that are moving up, there will be teams that will be moving down. And of course, everyone is just looking forward to see the overall ranking for the PMNC South Asia playoffs, because this is the final day to make it happen.
This is the final day. Not only that, this is the final match to make it happen. Whatever you have done into the past 3 days and today, making it a total of 4, it all is going to be revealed in a short while. Just, I think, in 20-25 minutes maximum, we're going to have our champions. We're going to have our top 16 who's going to move into the grand finals, and we're going to have our bottom 4 that will not be going into the finals and will go home from this point onward. But right now, LHC is on our screen, 49, alongside of Manco. They are in the car, just chilling, moving away, moving out of this premises, trying to get into a safer side location, and maybe take some fights alongside of the way. I kind of want every single one of these teams to take the fight and those aggressions, those aggressive stances right now at this point, because it helps. It helps the team build the momentum for later stages.
And here we go. First match, I guess. First exchange, first trade-offs. Royal Dragon feeling also confident, coming off fresh from a chicken dinner win. I'm not exactly sure if Frag just changed his mind, perhaps because he doesn't have the cavalry with him. He doesn't have the backup for now. But that information will now be cascaded to the rest of the team, and probably they're already talking, are we going to push or are we not going to push? But Frag right now trying to get close to the fire here like a moth, but I do wonder if, like a moth, is he going to get burned or is he going to survive? Are they going to be winning the fight? So many questions to be answered, but OPZ Esports definitely all prepped up. Let's see if they survive yet another clash.
They have to survive yet another clash. If and only if they want to move forward into the game. And have a decent amount of chance to survive. 26 points. They're not going to help you, OPZ. So I would suggest take the fight, but you're taking the fight against a team that has secured a chicken dinner a while ago. So you have to be on that stuff, very careful on whatever you're going to do. But Bot Bro just proving me wrong, getting that chicken dinner for his name. Oh my god, oh my goodness, this guy, he's doing good. He's doing wonder. But for how long? How long can like the situation happen? Can for how long this engagement is going to occur on these players, and where they're going to go? Where are they going to go from this point onward? This is a bigger question. So far, it is OPZ, Bot Bro against Team RD, and in the kill feed, we can see the Team RLX versus Mystic.
Yeah, RLX getting picked off by Mystic. Okay, that is a fight that we need to see. Anyway, let's go through OPZ and Royal Dragons first. Okay, Saba just got knocked down on the ground by Paradox. Let's see who's gonna bite the next bullet here. We got Bob Bro trying to find an angle here, but Master Zerdy, man, another play bites the dust, and that is it. Royal Dragons, 2 of their players have already been picked off. Oh, make that 3. So we're now looking at the last player remaining for Royal Dragons, and that would be Frag. And OPZ Esports right now on the move, hunting down this last remaining player. They are smelling blood, and blood goes away from Frag.
Oh my god, yes, it does go away. And right with this, now it is time for the players to like make a new move for themselves, and what we are seeing at this point is the fact that LHC Esports, they are trying to get some decent amount of points for themselves as well, and because of that, they're surviving. They're trying to survive. They're making sure that the survival is a really much needed one. But here we go. The circle is going to take a shift towards the northern side, Hacienda del Patron, alongside all these areas of the San Martin, the corner side where the fights can actually ensue, and the south eastern side as well, where some of the teams are right now situated at.
Yes, the south part is definitely going to be busy right here. I mean, just look at the amount of teams that's headed towards the south part area of the safe zone. So I feel like that's the party is definitely going to be at. Coming off the kill feed though, there's another fight happening somewhere in Miramar. RC32 versus Wimpy of LOD Nexus, and Wimpy was able to take him down, but we're waiting for the confirmation, of course, if Wimpy was able to secure that point. At the moment, it's Kato that was able to bag a point here, but Beast, oh no, this is not looking too good for the side of LOD Nexus, because Beast has just got shut down by the opposition. RC32 continues to do a massive spray here, a massive counter up against Nexus. Wimpy getting shot at by Anish, but it's so fortunate for Wimpy though, because he was able to evade those. I mean, yeah, he got a little damage, but the good thing is that he survived and he has a chance to recuperate from that clash, and now he has a chance to still do a counter up against RC32. Now, Class C is popping off those smoke, and they're already pretty surrounded by a lot of teams here. We just saw the map feed moments ago, so perhaps RC32 thinks that, you know, this is not going to be worth it. Maybe they need to step away for now. I mean, this is just stage 2. It's too early to be in fights here, especially if you are protecting your overall position in the rankings. Now, unfortunately though, for LOD Nexus, Godson got taken down. No confirmation just yet if it's already been picked up, but it's Mafia Punk we are talking about, coming from SBC, or SBE rather, and they're looking all too confident and aggressive at this point. They're looking to kill, and they are securing the points here. Xenos, however, took a wrong turn there. I mean, he overextended his peak, and now he's paying for it. Nitro, Rifa just got shut down by Venom Tribe, AEROMACY. Xenos has not been picked up just yet. And another team, Bystata TM7, not part of stage number 2 here in Miramar. We're looking still at LOD Nexus, bagging 3 elimination points. Again, 2 casualties now for the side of Nexus.
That the 2 casualties, yeah, that actually occurred. But what am I seeing is the fact that the teams on the bottom lines, they're kind of struggling again. NRC has lost one of their players, LHC has lost one player, OPZ has 4 eliminations, so that's a great start on the OPZ side. JUTTI, on the other hand, they still have the 0. RG in the front lines versus SBE. It can happen, and there we go. Lord Nexus taking SHREEPECH player down. Mafia Punk is the guy that is right now on his knees. Joker and Guru and NRG, he's the guy that are right now in the front lines taking those fights maybe for the premises of the positioning, but they're outside of the circle, 1600 meters outside of the circle, and that is a very, very big number. So you need to get inside that circle as soon as possible, because this is a stage number 4, and as soon as the stage number 4 is going to occur, it's going to hurt you like so much.
Definitely. DRS is chilling like a villain. Okay, there are teams surrounding them, but I don't think they're going to be picking up a fight here. There's also, I believe, JUTTI squad, if I'm not mistaken, right behind them. Thabs from RLX, okay, gets taken down by an enemy here somewhere. Destro already out of the game, so RLX losing some members at the initial onset is not working out for them. I mean, there's no team who would want to start their game like this one. I mean, risking too much, at that early onset will definitely not work out for you. But anyway, Royal Dragon, after a strong performance in the previous round, has now been taken out of the equations, which brings us down to just 14 teams remaining here. For Death Machines, Killmonger was able to secure 1 point for himself. They do have a compound here. They were able to shut down a player right across them, but I feel like there's another team lurking within the vicinity here and would want to crash that compound as well.
They definitely want to crash the compound, because just look at how small the stage is. Even though it's a 3rd stage, it is a super small one. And judging from the fact that the teams are surviving, there's 14 teams. Not 1, but 2, but 14 teams. 10, 11, no. It's a 14, a big number that is surviving. Within the 13 minutes, there's only been 2 casualties of the complete teams, and the rest of them are constantly taking the fight, getting those players down. Eliminations are definitely happening, but not enough for the complete team to get wiped out. NRC has lost 1, LHC has lost 1. The only team I can see has lost 2 is RLX and LOD. Aside from them, everybody is either like thriving with 3 or a full complete squad in this match. Smiramar, we were expecting it to go super on the aggressive side, but it's actually going super on the safer side angle.
And here we go. HAINA again put in a great fight here, but we're gonna go back to that in just a while, because DRS is having an exchange here, and again Giante manages to put a name under his belt, so that is good. For Death, again holding on to the compound here, probably has also the best chance to gatekeep a number of teams here, like HAINA ESPORTS. We've got RC3-2, and as well as the boys of Tribe AEROMACY. But it's a 2-2 split coming from Tribe, since 2 of them still taking care of business up against SPE at the moment. But Natsu has a different idea in mind, goes in for a massive spray up against these 2 players of RC3-2, but it's still not connecting. But it's a different story though for Venom of Tribe AEROMACY, because he shut down a Mafia Punk.
He definitely did. He is the reason that Mafia Punk got shut down. But from this point onward, the fight is definitely getting into the kill feed. You can see the team Tribe AEROMACY versus SHREEPECH ESPORTS taking those aggressions, taking those engagements for themselves, getting all those eliminations. That's 6. The total number of elimination has gone up to 6 for the Tribe AEROMACY in this match. Cyclone versus Aditya. HAINA ESPORTS, that's an elimination for their side, and it's a back and forth going on. At the corner sides, it's kind of like getting heavily contested, but still, your car is about to burst down, and you're kind of like in the complete open area. If you're staying there for a tad bit longer bit of time, things might not work out for you. It might go kind of like onto the other side. You might not be able to like secure a decent number of position or elimination points for yourself. But LNC versus RC, it's gonna happen as well into the kill feed. RC is down to the very last guy, and there we go. The last guy has been taken care of. It's all over. RC32 out of the match.
LHC was able to bag a point. That's courtesy of Lucidity. Okay, so far so good. Okay, LHC still has a total of 3 players. It's pretty doable if you ask me. But in the meantime, we got Delta over here popping up some smoke. He wants to save Killer YT at this point, but OPZ is definitely smelling blood here. They're trying to hunt down a DRS, but I don't understand the hesitation. I mean, you already know that you've managed to inflict injury, inflict damage onto the opposition, so it is now time for you to move forward and be just, aggressive at this point. But it's a different thing, it's a different pace getting played by OPZ. And now Delta was able to revive his teammate. So DRS back on a 4-man squad here. They already back to elimination points as well. So I don't know what the future will hold for the side of OPC. But hey, it could be a great trade-off. It could be a great exchange. It could be a great chance for OPC to go up against, the top dog for the playoffs here of the PMNC. So let's see what is going to happen.
We do have to see what's going to happen from this point onward, because all of these teams, they're a master of their own strategies. I am so proud for the team OPZ as well in this match, at the very least, that they're doing something great for eliminations and not a single casualty. So that is one thing that they have made sure that they can take care of themselves at the very least at this moment. But going forward, we can see JUTTI squad so far. Agzi, he is a 4-man squad alongside the rest of his team, Voke, Tamag, and Zrox at this point. So 2 elimination, 4 players still remaining into the game. They're going forward slowly and steadily. HAINA Esports in the meanwhile gets 1 player knocked out. Will he get the confirmation? Will he get the confirmation? That's the bigger question as stage number 5 ensues. As stage number 5 commences, HAINA Esports, AEROMACY, both of them are no longer into the circle. Right? This is your chance. This is your chance. Get the player down. HAINA Esports, Cyclone gets taken down in an instant. HAINA Esports is crumbling. The car knockdown comes into the way as 12K made sure. Short work of the HAINA Esports, and it's over. 10 elimination. AEROMACY's, and they have the full control of HAINA Esports. They took them down just like that.
It wasn't a very good spot to begin with for the side of HAINA. I mean, it was a vulnerable spot. There were a lot of teams actually pointed their guns at them, and they didn't really have that much option, to be honest. And obviously, for the opposing teams, they just capitalized on that one and was able to secure a lot of points, especially for AEROMACY. I mean, this is their opportunity, of course, to rack up huge number of points to maintain their top 2 lead in the overall ranking. The rest getting shot at by Woke of GT squad. Woke now has a total of 2 points in the bag, so let's see if he can acquire more. Bot Bro from OPZ got knocked down. We got RC777 also down on the ground, and that is the confirmation coming from Killer YT. Bot Bro is already out of the game. We're at stage 5 with 9 teams remaining here. Nexus Wimpy on his knees as well.
Oh my god, he is on his knees as well. And right with this, this is another fight that's definitely going to happen. JUTTI squad, you have the opportunity to get those eliminations for yourself. Come on, you can do this. So far, JUTTI squad, talking about them, we are seeing Zrox so far at the corner, and nobody's in the backside, nobody's in the backstabbing area that can actually take him down. So he's kind of chilling here. He's kind of alive and just safe. If the team wants to, they can survive till at least, I do believe so, till the very end. Top 5 is an easy survival. But DRS, 3 eliminations so far. 1 player has been eliminated on their side as well, and they're thriving. The only team into the top 3 overall ranking that is still alive is the DRS right now. AEROMACY, 122 points, 10 elimination because of that. Oh my goodness, they even have the chance to secure either the top 3rd position or the 2nd position, depending on how they play this matchup.
I feel like it's going to be DRS versus AEROMACY in the end game, but of course that's just me and my wishful thinking. Anyway, DRS continues the fight. Killer YT already out. OPC just got eliminated as well, which brings us down to just 8 teams remaining here. We've got 4DM, RG, Mystic, and LOD from Bhutan still alive here. and could potentially get into the latter stage of the game here. JUTTI, LHC is also in the mix. Now, example, not exactly sure if it can still get picked up at this point. I mean, it's already a critical moment for all of the teams here, to be honest. And now, Duty Squad headed towards his buggy over here. Of course, it's a very it's an essential thing to have. If you have a vehicle in Middlemart, it can get you from point A to point B in a breeze, right? And now Woke is going for a reposition here, trying to find an angle because it's pretty close with a lot of teams here. I mean, Mystic and DRS is just right up in front of them. And now with this scandal happening right now for DRS, Delta, the last remaining player, whew, man. Okay, it's not looking too good for DRS, but then again, DRS playing with no pressure whatsoever. I think at this point, it doesn't even matter if they lose or like
Exactly.
if they get through this game at the top.
I mean, they don't even need to like play this game at this point. They have secured their #1 position. There is no power in this game that can take them down, dethrone them from this particular position. And that's exactly what's happening. DRS right now, if you're talking about them, the last guy, he's trying. AST in the meanwhile, he's gonna get shot for Death Machines. The fight ensues. Falcons gets taken down. Killmonger is in the front lines, taking the S12K fires constantly on the Tricks. It is Tricks versus Killmonger. S12K versus M416. S12K versus S12K now. The gun is on the reload. The gun needs to be changed, and S12K made its way. AEROMACY is gonna survive, for Death Machine is no longer into the match. 125 points to AEROMACY. Just one more point, and you can overthrow HAINA Esports from the #3.
Man, oh man, that was the greatest exchange. That was such a great trade-off. That 1v1s is also one of the things that we look forward to see in any tournament, even if it's an off-season or an official one. Those 1v1 clutches is also one of the things that we always wait to see. Anyway, LHC. Oh, a little boo-boo again that happened. I think he needed a friendly fire happened within the team. So again, those mistakes cannot really happen in an official tournament because that could hinder your potential win, for any of the matches that could happen. But as for AEROMACY, oh my goodness, they are unstoppable for this round, setting up a total of 13 elimination points, and they are still racking up some more. 5 teams remaining. LHC Esports is still alive. Lucidity and Manco tandem. Obviously, these two players needs to work it out. They can be the dynamic duo that LHC has been looking for.
Right now, we are looking at the fact that these top 5 teams, as well as the fact on what they are doing, how they're like performing. But look at this. LHC, a duo. Mystic with a full squad, but one player is right now knocked out. RG, Royal GURKHAS, the team that actually did a really good job on the positioning and the elimination points. They're still alive. AEROMACY, the one team that has the highest number of eliminations in this match. They're still into the game with 3-man standing. And JUTTI squad, last but not the least, it is like a fact of 4-man squad as well for them. But OnKill gets eliminated. That's a domination for Trix. AEROMACY, another elimination secured. AEROMACY is actually on the next level of rampage right now at this point in this particular final match.
Oh, definitely. I mean, AEROMACY must have opened Pandora's box and causing pandemonium for the remaining 4 teams here. I mean, they have been racking up points. They're on a streak here. They're hot on the triggers here. And I do believe they have that goal and objective of winning at the top of this game for this round. Mystic, it's a valiant effort once again, exerting in a lot of energy just to make sure they get to the latter stages of the game here, and also to secure a lot of those elimination points we keep on talking about. Now, as for Mystic, man, it's a good way to represent Bhutan here, but Manco, oh, brutal backstab just happened up against AEROMACY. And I'm pretty sure he is already celebrating. He goes for another one, this time from JUTTI squad. Okay, unfortunately, though, that was such a good follow-through rather, from JUTTI squad. And, well, they got eliminated from this game.
They did. But still, I have to give it to AEROMACY. 15 total elimination points that they have for themselves into the top 4. It is a very very great start for these guys. But right now, JUTTI squad, they are 4-man. Player-wise, I think they have the highest probability of securing that winner and chicken dinner for themselves into this match, into this game. And if you're talking about the fact and figurines of these teams, the Royal GURKHAS, 3-man, 4 eliminations to their name, also a decent number of a chance of securing that winner chicken dinner do fall into their line. Zrox, JUTTI, 4-man, 6 elimination, fighting with the Tribe AEROMACY, throwing those grenades, utilities, dumping them on the Tribe AEROMACY's angle. Oh, imagine just a single knockout, and then after that, they will be rushing up on the side of these guys on the Tribe AEROMACY in a single split second. This team with the highest elimination can get eliminated just because of a single utility being dumped at the right time.
Okay, so out of all of these 4 teams, JUTTI has the best chance to secure a chicken dinner here with a whopping 40% in total. But of course, it all boils down at how good the execution will be coming from the remaining teams. And the first team to be taken out of the 4 was Mystic. So we're looking at JUTTI, Tribe AEROMACY, and RG. Let's not discount the fact that Tribe AEROMACY has already built a very good momentum for this round. I mean, they are already on a double-digit elims here, so I feel like they have the energy and endurance to make sure that they get the WWCD at this point. It's Rig and Trix tandem that's going to be for Tribe AEROMACY. And as for Royal GURKHAS, they have been consistent as well for this day. So I do wonder if they will really put up a fight here. I mean, we're talking about 3 more members. That is 1 advantage against Tribe AEROMACY. But as for JUTTI, okay, they haven't won a chicken dinner just yet, so I feel like they're on a mission as well. They're so eager and hungry for a chicken dinner.
They are. They definitely are hungry for that winner chicken dinner at this point. But Tribe AEROMACY is 1 player, Rig, is right now knocked out. He is rigged at this point. The throwables, the grenades, the utilities dump, if it actually connects, it's going to take both the players down. But fortunately for these guys, fortunately for the Tribe AEROMACY, the grenade reach is not that much that it can actually do any kind of good damage on these players. Strix cooking the grenade, throwing all the way towards the JUTTI squad side. And judging by the expression and the way that this fight is actually going, I do believe the JUTTI squad might get the winner chicken dinner off this match. They're getting the Tribe AEROMACY down to their HPs, getting those damages done. RGX, Royal GURKHAS, Mamba also looking at the Tribe AEROMACY's player as well. 220 bullets into the backpack. He can definitely dump as much bullets as he wants to against the team Tribe AEROMACY at this time. This is a 5 seconds. Stage number 9 is going to start, and nobody is going to be safe from the stage at number 9 after that. 29 minutes have passed so far. AST, Trix, Tribe AEROMACY, come on, utilities, you need to use those utilities, but only 1 grenade is left in the hand of Trix. He needs to throw it, he needs to get that connection, but I don't think so that it's going to have any kind of connections, and they're just going to be stranded on the side. But oh my goodness, Trix, you beast, getting that connection on the final grenade. Now Rog has thrown a grenade as well, which will not hit anyone, and slowly and steadily, as team Tribe AEROMACY approaching the situation of JUTTI squad, let's see how well are they going to be able to defend their position as a 4-man unit.
Essential knockdown coming from Trix. That made a very good position for the side of Tribe AEROMACY. And now for JUTTI squad, they needed to cross the road here. And Royal GURKHAS are now trying to prep up not just against Tribe AEROMACY, but of course against the JUTTI squad as well. And so far, we're now looking at Trix here, the last player remaining for the side of Tribe AEROMACY. It was able to shut down. Axie from JUTTI still bagged another point here. 16 now for Tribe, and now he goes in for another 1. And JUTTI squad has been taking in a lot of damage, not just from Tribe AEROMACY, but from Royal GURKHAS as well. And oh my goodness, we're down to the last 2 teams here, and Tribe AEROMACY surprisingly made it out alive. And now going up against Royal GURKHAS, it's a 2v1 situation. Who's gonna make a mistake here? Is it going to be Tribe? Is it going to be Royal GURKHAS? This is now the battle that we have been all waiting for, but at the end, it's Royal GURKHAS that will be held victorious from that amazing epic showdown that we just witnessed.
Oh my god, what have you done, AEROMACY? What was that? The way that you just secured a 1v3 on the team JUTTI squad, then proceeds to casually take the very best fight against the Royal GURKHAS as well. Even though you couldn't like survive that at the very end, you did got eliminated, but amazingly done AEROMACY at this point. And this shows just how much of a gunpowder that this team has. Trix has for his team, how well he's actually cementing himself. But Royal GURKHAS is that team nonetheless that's gonna have that winner chicken dinner. 3 for Mamba, 4 for Krish on the elimination side. Ark has 0 and Psycho with the 1. A total of 8 elimination and 18 points. But remember this, Andy. AEROMACY just secured 18 points solely on those eliminations.
I know, right? It was explosive, I can say. They got denied the chicken dinner, but I mean, it's so phenomenal as ever, considering that they didn't really have that enough firepower to begin with, but they were able to eliminate JUTTI squad from that trade, and Trix made it all happen. He made it up until the end game between them and Royal GURKHAS. And just because it was a 2v1, obviously, AEROMACY was at a disadvantage. They were at a deficit here, but oh my goodness, Trix, he should be the MVP for this round.
If he's not, I'm gonna lose it if he's not the MVP of this match, man. The way he performed, he deserves that MVP. But we're down to the top 4 where MTD Twisted got eliminated. They were the number 4, number 3, and number 2 were these 3 contenders. AEROMACY taking down 1 player of Royal GURKHAS first. They were the only team that actually like took down the players of the Royal GURKHAS as well. But this 1v3 on the team JUTTI squad, getting all those eliminations for themselves, 18 in total. 7 alone for Strix. That is a very, very big number if we're talking about. Even right here at this point, Trix did a lot of damage on the side of Royal GURKHAS' player as well. And there we go. Trix is that MVP. 16% of the headshot, 75% on the body with 8.11, 11% on the leg shots, 38.89 contribution even after those 7 eliminations, meaning that all of his teams did a really good job in this match, in this very match. 60 elimination, 9,901 healing, 59 knockouts, 234 of the throwables, 2 airdrops, 19 headshots, and 15 revivals, with the Cyclone from HAINA ESPORTS getting the longest elimination of 361 meters.
Whew, I'm still trying to catch my breath. Again, that was such a beautiful trade-off nonetheless. Great effort, from AEROMACY, especially, building that momentum from the get-go. It's very commendable, I can say. And now we're looking at the match rankings here, ladies and gents, before we move to the overall. 24 amazing points, though, set up by AEROMACY. So even if they weren't able to secure that chicken dinner, it's still a-okay. Royal GURKHAS, okay, with 18, but they do have the chicken dinner, so that's good as well. JUTTI squad with 12, and Mystic Twisted. Oh my goodness, this team, again, it's they powered through, to be honest. They have exerted a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of work just to make sure they remain competitive, and they were able to do that. They are the ones representing Bhutan right now, and I'm pretty amazed, to be honest, that they're the ones really standing out as well. Coming into the next page, it's 4 Death Machines with 3, HAINA RC32 with 2, and SPE with 1. And as for Royal Dragons, RLX, TM7, and NRC, they've had quite an early elimination from the game, so they didn't really manage to put up any number at all. Wow.
Yeah, but going into the overall, starting from the very bottom, Syndicate, OPZ, LHC, UENRC. We are sorry to tell you that this is all over for you. This PMNC, the South Asia, the playoffs, you're not going to be qualifying into the grand finals. But talking about DRS on the very top, 206 points. Nobody's even close to that point. AEROMACY, after this previous match, 24 points. They jumped down. They jumped up, in fact, from number 4 all the way up to the number 2. Royal Dragons at 134, HAINA 126, 117 for Royal GURKHAS, 116 for 4 death machines, T2K 111.99 for RC32, and after that number 7 marker, we officially goes down from our 100 points marker as well.
You know what? Every master was once a beginner, ladies and gents. So I am looking forward to NRC, LHC, OPZ, and even Syndicate Esports in the next tournaments to come. It's a good game, well played. Again, that's the nature of the competition, and we do appreciate all of the effort you guys exerted into PMNC, and I'm excited, just as I mentioned a while ago, I'm excited to see you guys in the next tournaments to come. Now, top performers, ladies and gents, of course, we're going to put the spotlight onto DRS. Are you kidding me? I mean, 206 points for the playoffs. Man, these guys just made a statement right here. They are the Donkey Kongs, the kings, you know, of this playoffs of the PMNC South Asia, and you cannot really deny their prowess in the battlefield, Torix.
The moment you say Donkey Kongs, the game where, like, you know, how he used to throw the barrels, that comes into my mind. That completely depicts that picture, because I've never played any other Donkey Kong, but yeah, they are throwing the barrels down, those are rolling drums down on every single team. With those 206 points, 200 plus points, in fact, they have shown playoffs, and this was the final match of the playoffs on top of that as well. So meaning not only they're going into the grand finals of the PMNC, they're going it with a bang, with a style.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Tribe AEROMACY may have only snatched a single elimination on the stat sheet, but they soared to second place in the match rankings thanks to their consistent play. Not really single elimination. I mean, it was a pretty brutal number of eliminations set out by Tribe AEROMACY. So how many? I think 18 eliminations in total, right? I mean, 24 points in the match rankings.
Yes, 18.
It's not a joke at all.
Overall.
Yeah,
I think they
overall.
had the highest elimination points overall in the complete ranking. DRS, where they were getting like 9-10 points at one point with the chicken dinners. These guys were solely at that point 6th position, 5th position, getting 7-8 eliminations as well for themselves.
Yeah, and Tricks from Tribe AEROMACY delivered an unforgettable clutch move, you know, during that last match. You know, even though the team didn't clinch onto that WWCD, Tricks' fearless decision-making under pressure became a pivotal moment that kept their campaign alive and propelled them high in the standings. Meanwhile, JUTTI Squad, Mystic, LHC, they really showed that every engagement could swing the momentum, so their battle-hardened performances kept the pressure on the front runners, underscoring the depth and talent across the board. So, in essence, tonight's match was a masterclass, you know, in both dominant performances and, of course, clutch heroics. Royal GURKHAS demonstrated what it means to be clinical with 8 elimination points. Tribe AEROMACY again reminded everyone that sometimes a great energy from the get-go can make the difference, you know, in any match. And Tricks, again, hats off to you, my brother. You did a very good job. And I guess that is it for the playoffs, ladies and gents. Hopefully your favorite team managed to secure a slot in the grand finals. And as for those teams that did not exactly make it, we'll see you on to the next one. Good game, well played. So do you have any last words, Stories, before we wrap things up for day number 4 of the PMNC?
God, the only words that I can give for the teams are those that did not qualify. You don't need to think too much about it. It was just part of the game. Yeah, you did not qualify into the grand final, but you learned from it. You got the experience that is really much needed for your next try. So do not get disheartened and try the next time, and you will succeed one day.
There you go, ladies and thank you again for joining us on this thrilling ride. Stay hyped and keep your eyes on the horizon. There's plenty more action to come as the hunt for the grand final spots continues. So rest up, because the journey is far from over, and we promise that the next chapter will be just as explosive. So until then, keep the spirit high and the adrenaline pumping. My name is Red Queen, together with Torix. We want to say goodbye and good night, and see you guys again tomorrow.
Horadai too slow? Catch up? के भइराछ यहाँ?
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require